Hello and welcome to another episode of Straight Outta Stanton. Good news is I pushed record and it did not explode.
Zero explosions.
Yeah, it's a great start.
Straight Outta Stanton, now with 0% explosions.
Oh man. Hello everyone. It's Sunday. It's the end of the week. It's the start of the new month. Potentially a month with a new patch. Hopefully.
One hopes.
I actually, that's the first thing that I have to say. Like, I was 100% sure. You remember we talked about this? And I said I expect a patch to land before the end of the month. And there were some other people in the community who agreed with me, like Cromer, for example, and whatnot. But it ended up, you ended up being right. It's the first of the next month.
Well, sort of. Though to be honest, I expected it by the end of the month. Like I think I figured like rolling into August is when we'd see the release. But yeah,
well, there was just like
no such luck.
Like an hour before we started recording, I think there was another PTU patch. There was a lot of patches this PTU, to be fair.
Yeah,
but and it's not good. There's a lot of these things. There's a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
On PTU, so I don't blame them. But the last couple of patches they pushed early, so that's why I expected to kind of just like YOLO push it. But
yeah. Though I mean, I think that's one of the things too that I was gonna mention. Actually, was like I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing for them to hold this patch in PTU, given how much like how big the changes are. Right? It's not like they're just throwing in some random filler like quality of life shit. It's like like I would rather them keep it in PTU and keep tweaking combat values and stuff like that, but until they're like more or less happy. But
we can break this down. I disagree with you. I don't see a purpose of PTU in general, and I wish we could just play it. But because I mean, whatever, it's alpha. But I see your point as well. Like if I was pro PTU, then I would agree with you 100% because that's what it's there for. So following their logic, yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Before we go into anything else, I'm gonna go back to like the something that I brought in a couple of episodes ago, where I'm just going to quickly go through everything we're going to talk about in this episode. You can see the timestamps under the video, and this might help you navigate through our very, very short episodes of Straight Outta Stanton. For those who don't want to sit there forever and listen to us talk about Star Citizen. So the first section will be what we did last week. There's something a little bit extra to it, which actually belongs to our other podcast, which is Stanton Gossip, which happens every Wednesday. So then after we're going to go through the news. Actually, we had ISC again after like a month. And
4 weeks.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, and SCL, yeah. And then there was a ship preview that some of you might haven't not seen. Then we have our topic, which will be maybe somewhat educational, but a little bit speculative for sure. For those who are new to Star Citizen like me or newer, maybe a little bit, I don't know, refreshing for those who have been here for a while. So the topic will be Citizencon. What can we expect there? And I'm happy to have Maso here, who has been through quite a few of these events in the past, not like in person, but like digitally. How it affects the whole game and everything. Yeah. What can we expect and whatnot? And then after we have our imagination station. Please always remember, and we mention it again, it's imagination station, so it's not the facts or whatever. Just we like throw random shit around and just laugh about it.
Where we don our tinfoil hats and speculate wildly.
I actually love that, but I can see someone can like drop in, not understand what we're all about, and like get really kind of butthurt about like what we were talking about when it's all just speculation. And this week we're going to talk about death of a spaceman affecting PvP potentially, or how we feel. And
this was something that was actually suggested by one of our viewers. I think it was Sergeant Hack. Correct me in the comments if I'm remembering that
We do read comments. There's more and more comments, which is amazing. So it's kind of hard to keep track of who said what, but
it's more so that this was one that just like it took us a while to get around to talking about this one. We've had it on our list for a while, and I just unfortunately have a terrible memory and forgot who it was who suggested it. But it is I think this is going to be a good one. So
yeah. I think it was Heck as well. I'm pretty sure it was. Like at the end of the post podcast, we talked about something and he suggested, I think, or something.
I think it was pre-show. I think we were what should our topic be?
It was. Yeah. A few weeks ago. If we have time, we have another one slotted there, but this might carry over to some of the other weeks since it's really not a rush for this one. But the imagination topic will be, how do we see, or what can we imagine Star Citizen looking like or bringing on its release date? It's a touchy one. That's
a good one though, man. Yeah, it's gonna be touchy, but that's where we throw on our tinfoil hats for sure.
Oh yeah. All right, so this time we also have Maso's absolute zero effort. Why did you remove the? Now I'm confused. Zero. Wait, let me try and remember. Zero effort science section. Is that what it was called?
Yeah. Yes! Absolute zero effort. Yeah.
And
because I'm not a scientist. If anybody's not familiar with this, I'm just a nerd, and sometimes I like to speculate about kind of the stuff that Star Citizen gets right from a scientific perspective or wrong.
Wait, you're not a scientist?
No, I know it's hard to believe, right?
I get a half your paycheck, man. Like this.
Yeah. I lied about my credentials.
Fix that in your CV. Come on, bro. This time he's gonna talk about Interstellar colonization. I'm gonna listen about it and probably ask him questions because I don't know anything about it, and I really enjoy these because I can be a kind of a listener as well and just poke questions at you. And then after that, as always, if we have we're gonna answer questions from the chat. You can also listen to this live every Sunday at certain times that we cannot tell you because it's a big secret. You gotta follow Maso on Twitter and follow his channel Twitch to get to know when it happens, because the actual reason is we just never know. It's European time. It's Sunday evening past 7 p.m. for sure, and then your time it's early actually in the morning, right? Well, not morning, but early day.
11, 12 ish. Often late as today, but
True. Well, that's it. So let's go back to the beginning, rewind, and you want to start with what you did this week?
Yeah, I actually didn't do a lot of gaming this week, unfortunately, but because we're I mentioned, I think I mentioned it in Gossip, we have a new animal joining our zoo.
You did.
It's a bearded dragon with a zero. He's called a xeromorph, so he's got no pigment, so he's bright white, and he's stunning. But we've been doing a bunch of work, kind of getting a custom enclosure built, and it's been an experimental process, so there's a lot of trial and error and stuff like that, which has kind of been taking up a bunch of the time. But I did get to play a little bit. Obviously I didn't play Star Citizen because kind of waiting for 3.14 and don't feel like playing the PTU. But I finished Doom Eternal, which was so good. It's such a fun game. And randomly my partner Leah started playing Zelda Breath of the Wild again, and so I've just been kind of playing that with it's super fun. So we've been playing that with her as well. But other than that, not as much gaming as I would have liked. But
I just want to say I saw a picture of your dragon, and of your guys' future dragon.
He's not here yet. We have him ordered. We just we're we're waiting until we have everything together before he gets shipped.
Hatchling.
Oh yeah, he's little.
Super cute, and I'm gonna try and push Maso into making some tweets showing his new pet around the interwebs, so that we can link them to. the description. If you did, I don't know, because I got the message directly from you, but more is better once you get it, because we all love pets.
Yeah, and I'll take a picture of the enclosure we built, which is actually it's been a really fun project. We actually took an old TV cabinet, so like kind of one of those long. It's about 4 feet long by about 2.5 feet wide.
It's like those huge like CRT TV.
No, because they need a lot of room to move around, but they don't need a lot of height. So it's actually quite short. It's only, I don't know, less than a meter high. And we basically like chopped out all the interiors on it and laid down some like kind of rougher tile. They like really rough textures and stuff to kind of crawl against and stuff like that. So we put some tile in there because it's easy to clean. And we're like installing the lights in it and stuff like that. And we have to redo the doors because they don't really work for the, But anyways, yeah, it's been a project, but yeah, a little ways to go yet. But I'll take pictures of that as when we get that all together, and I'll put that on my Twitter as well.
Please do. Okay, so when it comes to my week, it was a sad week actually. In terms of gaming. New World Beta is coming to an end today. I did not play it for the last 3-4 days. Just like before the end of the patch of Star Citizen, just like lose that idea of enjoying the game when everything's gonna change. In this case, New World the beta is at the end, and there's gonna be a month of no gameplay now. Like they're turning off everything.
This is why I didn't jump in.
I mean, I'm glad I played it.
Yeah. I'm glad you did too, actually, because I actually watched you, and that's kind of what made me think like I actually want to play this game. I think so.
Actually, a lot of people are now the big streamers. I'm not gonna go with the names and everything, but like some really like what they see and see, of course, the room for improvement and all that. But there are some that are really against it, which this might sound crazy, but I'm kind of happy about it because the way it started, it just took everyone almost like by surprise. Like people just jump on that, on that game like crazy. But then in the end it's a sandbox MMO with like a lot of emphasis on PvP end game, and I mean there's PvE as well, don't get me wrong, like you don't have to kill a single person in the game, but still like a lot of it, there's a lot of like faction pride and whatnot, and there's some balancing issues. Unfortunately, it seems like their servers are having a lot of hiccups. There's some desync issues in a game like this, which scares the shit out of me as someone who follows and plays Star Citizen, knowing that that's the same servers that we're gonna have for Star Citizen.
Yeah, but I mean, the point of a beta too, like
a beta 1 month before release.
Yeah, to iron out the like stress test your servers and stuff like that. That's what I thought they were doing, actually. I mean, clearly they've got the game together, right?
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised personally if they push the release. I'd be sad about it because I want to play it now. There was a tweet from New World. I'm actually gonna read it. I know this is not a New World podcast, but a lot of people who are playing Star Citizen actually were playing New World. And streaming it and whatnot. So let me just find it so that I don't like give you the wrong like vote. And this will, I mean, again, this one really matters when it comes to Star Citizen as well. So what they did at the end, they did their server merging for, I think, PvP, for some endgame PvP testing. And here's the tweet in full by New World. Following the server mergers, we are aware of loss of persistence problem on these specific servers. We're working on a solution that shouldn't require downtime. We apologize for any inconvenience for those affected. We will provide additional updates when we have them. Now, you know, it's another one of these things that you can certainly draw a connection between two games.
Yeah, because the whole persistence and yeah, something that we're.
So there's been a lot of hiccups and whatnot, but overall, I feel like New World is definitely a game for me. I'm happy that I am feeling that way, and I'm really not happy about not being able to play it anymore. So I've been playing some other games that I go back to, but dude, there's this feeling of emptiness in me where I'm like, I sit here and look at my 700 games Steam library, and I'm like,
yeah.
I don't know, dude.
You know what? You know what's funny is like I didn't even play New World, but like after finishing Doom, it's like that's been one of the reasons that I was like, I'll just go play some Zelda or whatever, because like I'm like, I got Jedi Fallen Order that I started, I enjoyed, you know, and I need to go finish that, but like, and a whole bunch of other like games that I picked up off of like the Steam summer sale that I legitimately want to play, but I just like, I've just been looking at New World and been like, I just want to play that. I haven't even played the game, and I, you know, like that's what I want to play right now. I don't want to play, you know.
Some of us really feel like belonging to the game fully, you know, like.
Well,
and most of
for me,
like,
obviously, I don't have that. For me, it's just kind of like, you know, I saw the gameplay, and it's been a long time since I've like found an MMO that I actually want to like engage in, and it looks to me like, you know, like New World is that, but I just So now I'm sitting here and I'm like, I have tons of games to play, but the one I want to play, I can't play yet.
Yep, exactly. Moist Noodle had a tweet saying that he's gonna go get a nap now for a month. Come back when the game is out.
Yeah.
It has definitely affected a lot of people. So I played some World of Warships. That's something that I always go back to. And a lot of GeoGuessr, especially my streams, which was a lot of fun as usual. And there's like this crazy thing where people who play World of Warships for some reason have a lot against World of Tanks, which is a game that is made by the same studio. And it's the same system, but one is tanks, obviously. The other one is ships. Yeah. And I always, for a year or more now, I was saying that I'm going to try World of Tanks. So whenever I mention that, my chats loses it, and they're like, no, don't do that, please. Don't do that to yourself and whatnot. And I did it. Finally, I've sank in about 20 hours in it now. And I have no fucking clue about what's happening there. It's crazy. I just get blipped in a minute. It's like I don't do any damage. Like I don't know the maps. I can't. The maps are beautiful. The game looks very nice. The difference in speed, I think, is very important. There's a lot that I wish CIG would like look into these games. And I know they're playing War Thunder, and I tried playing War Thunder today, and I'm like, it looks like shit compared to World of games.
Yeah.
And I just deleted it. I couldn't. And positional combat in World of Warships and World of Tanks is so important. So is in War Thunder, I'm sure. And I really, but
from what I've, I was just gonna say, from what I've heard, like the, you know, like War Thunder is definitely like has all those systems and stuff like that for actual like realistic shell penetration and stuff like that. So
it does. But also like World of games do this as well. Like it's different, but they still Cromern, who is a super cool streamer of Star Citizen, you can check him on Twitch, was actually in one of my streams. He asked, like, I asked him, like, he was like, I don't know what to play right now, PTU is not really working, and I told him, why don't you try World of Warships? And then we had a short conversation about it, because it's a free game. And then he said something that actually nudged me into explaining a few things to him, where he was like, this game is actually so much more complex than I thought at first. Where you like think like you just, you know, throw shells from one ship to another. And then I took like an hour, and I'm not really that good at that game, don't get me wrong. Like I'm not an expert or really good player or anything. But when you choose your ship, and there's like hundreds of ships, right? There's like 300-400 ships, and
Jesus.
you can break down armor layouts for each ship to see like how thick is the armor on each part of it. And then I explained to him there's like 3 different types of ammo, and then the penetration and activation of a shell depends on how thick the armor is, and then obviously the angling and how the shells can ricochet off or bounce through or over penetrate and do no damage or like minimal damage or whatnot. And it was actually when I started explaining this to someone for the first time, even though I don't know every ship or anything like that, but I know the basics of it. It even blew my mind how complex it is, yet how simple it feels to play. And
yeah.
I think that's a good take. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll have something like this in Star Citizen because the game is just too fast for something like that. It's just too
Maybe.
fast.
I mean, I know that's the intention, anyways, with like physicalized damage and stuff like that, to actually like model off of armor and projectile velocity, etc. But yeah, I mean, remains to be seen, just how that plays out, because we haven't really heard a lot about physicalized damage actually for a while, now that I think about it, like a while.
Well, yeah, I mean, we hear about it. We heard about it being confirmed last week in...
Yeah, but I mean, we don't have any more details.
They didn't break it down. Yeah, true.
Yeah, like how it's gonna work. We haven't seen like any like video content for like updates on the system and stuff like that. So
true.
Yeah, like basically what I mean is like we still don't know how close that is, and I would hazard a guess not very.
No, I don't think so.
Before we can really, get any sort of information to say whether or not it can be, complex like World of Warships, but still feels like simple and relatively intuitive when you're playing the game.
It's very fluid gameplay,
Yeah. And I think it'll be a while before we know. I agree.
So before we go on, I have 2 things to say for this podcast. One, doesn't really matter if you're just listening, but it's really hot where I live right now, and we're recording this there's not really many lights around me, so the camera quality is kind of shit. It's chopping, it's all over the place. What it is. But I don't think I would be able to survive multiple hours of podcasting with additional like 15 Celsius in here. So apologies for that. Another more important apology that I have to make, well, I don't have to, but I really feel like, is last episode I got really heated and kind of I would say emotional about Star Citizen and the devs, and I still feel the same way about their ideas of removing meta gameplay from an MMO. I think it's very
naive is the best word for it.
Well, yeah, naive and irresponsible in a way, because of them spending their backers' money and trying something that has been proven, or there's whatever, like so many times in so many games. It's just like ridiculous. However, my choice of words was disgusting, and upon listening to it again, I felt really bad, and I don't think anyone should use the words that I did. I said that they're imbeciles and whatnot, and this is not me imagining these human beings working hard to get our game out and then saying that to them. It's more like me just failing to understand how I can see this and they cannot and whatnot. But like I wish I did not say what I did say. So I really don't think any of CIG devs or any employees are listening to our show. But if you are, I really apologize. It's not how I feel about you guys, and it's just the heat of the moment. That's all. I just had to take that out. Yeah, usually I'm careful with that, but it happened. It happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From a like, I mean, choice of words aside, I think your opinion though is something that, at least from what I've been hearing from a couple different content creators, your opinion is definitely not something that is far off from how a lot of people see it. Like I've heard,
I stand behind my opinion still.
Yeah,
that's not
yeah. Well,
changing.
I guess what I'm saying is like a lot of people share that opinion.
Yeah.
You know, that like there's always going to be a meta, and if you aren't providing the players with the numbers, they're going to get them themselves.
True.
I still, I mean, I know I'm revisiting a topic that we kind of like hammered the shit out of last thing, but I still think, like, I don't necessarily think that it's a bad thing to focus on trying to make the gameplay as open as possible, so that there's not, like I said, I mean, the issue I have is that right now, like, the meta is just you fly this ship, or you might as well just fucking go home.
Man,
Because,
options,
you know,
having options, and
Yes.
meta not being like too good, like too much of a
the
only
option
option
to play
is, yeah,
to play something that suits your play style, and then
100%.
and then being able to kind of potentially tweak things to your play style, while still being effective. I think that's an admirable goal, but yes, overall there will still be, some degree of meta,
There
because
will,
that's just
no
the
matter what they
reality.
do, there will always be
Yeah.
meta, unless they make every ship the same, armor wise, flight model wise, shields wise, weapons, and then all the weapons are the same, and that's the only way. But even then, people will find some reason, to say that one ship is better than the other, whatever. But I
Well,
do
no,
think they
because
should always.
here's the thing though, like, that doesn't, all that does is move the meta away from the individual ship to something like a composition
Yeah,
instead. So then the meta becomes like this ship plus this ship plus this ship, instead of just
that's
this
the
ship
thing.
with
Like,
this
I
loadout.
want them to embrace meta and keep an eye on it, and
Yeah.
change it, or like try to like iron it out.
Well, you might
Level
disagree with me
things and all
here,
that,
but I think that World of Warcraft PvP, like arena PvP, is a good example of a company kind of just keeping an eye on the meta and changing things enough to kind of keep things interesting, and to keep
I
and to keep.
strongly disagree.
You can, yeah, I'm sure you would, because you used the PMR example last episode. But at the end of the day,
not only that. The problem with them, but they're doing that for sure. Like, since Burning Crusade, they were trying to like kind of make every class viable and every spec viable, as a matter of fact. And we came
that's
to
not necessarily what I'm talking about specifically. I'm talking about composition, like group compositions, for example.
but that's
in
what
this
it is,
case.
right? In a matter of ways, like, you can't play. Well, technically, you can't play Rogue Priest Mage if the mage is not Frost. But what they want is for a mage to play all three specs with some other comps and still be competitive the same way whatever other comp is. And the way, and also, so what grew into is the whole meta talk, but like PvE as well, man. Like the everyone's playing the class, everyone's playing, like, all the big guilds are playing Horde because they have advantage, and Horde is meta for PvE for years now. And then you always have this damage breakdowns per boss fight and whatnot, so they change, like, you have balance druid for one fight, and then you have, like, I don't know, some rogue for another fight or whatever. And what happened is, like, too much of trying to combat the meta and bring the game to a more polished state where everything is kind of balanced made the game boring.
See, I see where you're coming from there. I guess my perspective is different, because, like, from my perspective, again, like, I came from the era of PvP where if you weren't PMR, you might as well just go home, like, and then seeing that branch out to a point where a few expansions down the road, there was so many more compositions that were viable. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, if your mage wanted to play fire, well, run spicy chicken cleave, and and then, or I appreciated how it branched out to a point where, like, yeah, okay, sure, maybe at the very top there were only a few competitive compositions, but all that like mid to high end, like you could play a lot of different compositions and they would be fun. And that's what I'm hoping Star Citizen ends up being. Like, yeah, okay, sure, at the very top end, maybe there's like kind of only a few ways to really go about things when you're being competitive with your, like test is stacking up against ADI or something like that. But but for the most part, your day to day, I'm hoping it's kind of at a point where there's the flexibility to play with different play styles, play with different loadouts, and still have something that like works well enough, quote unquote, to still be like relatively viable.
I think it's been like that since Burning Crusade, actually, and only the top 5% or a little bit more could only play Rogue Priest Mage, because otherwise they would kick your butt. But most of the time, this will hurt a bit, maybe, Maso. I apologize up front. But the reality of a competitive MMO scene is that 99.9% of us are gripping the high-end gameplay, but in reality, we're just not that good. And then
I'll fully admit that.
Well, yeah, but most of the teams will mimic what the top teams are doing, which is meta, which is Rogue Priest Mage, and you will notice that you're being butt kicked by meta more than any other team, which will make you think you have to play meta team, but in reality you're just not good enough to beat these guys. And I can promise you that the top 5% of that time could play 3 Holy Paladins and still win against any RPM that is sub 1800, regardless of meta or not. And therefore, I feel like meta really matters only at the highest end. But then I also feel like you can't fucking tweak the game for that few percent of people playing the game, right? And like, long story short, for me, meta will always exist. Don't try like killing the it's like impossible killing meta's existence, but to try to make it more enjoyable to play multiple viable options. And that's all
I really want. So I don't know, like, if they want to push for that, great. But yes, I think, I guess at the end, to rehash everything, I think at the end of the day, you're not wrong in that. And I think a lot of people agree with you that, like, trying to eliminate meta entirely is a waste of time. And, and that there's always going to exist some degree of meta. So, like, don't work too hard on trying to stamp it out, because you're going to fail anyways.
Yeah.
Just try to focus on making it enjoyable for, as many people, and viable as many people as possible, with as many different comps and play styles and stuff like that. That was a big tangent.
Big tangent, yeah. Like going back through time to our past episode or whatever.
As if 4 hours wasn't long enough.
So we, especially in Stanton Gossip, we're expressing our feelings towards SC Leaks and Hater himself.
Mm-hmm.
And I woke up this morning. By the way, this is still part of the intro, and we're gonna dive. I am, unless something crazy happens by Wednesday, I am assuming that we're gonna probably mostly talk about this happening during our Stanton Gossip. So if you're more interested in that video that happened, do not tune in for that and our opinions. Maso did not watch it. I'll tell you what happened.
I was a little bit lost. I saw some of the fallout of it, but I didn't.
Same. So I woke up this morning and I saw a lot of content creators who I wouldn't expect to like and comment on someone like Hater's tweets, jokingly, but also I checked, like, you know, Paul liking it, Tomato liking it, and all that, and I was intrigued by this. I was like, wait, I gotta investigate what happened, you know. So then I opened his account, his Twitter account, and I read a couple of messages, and he was talking about the video that he posted. And I went to his YouTube channel and checked the video, and the video is half an hour long. If some of you might remember, so basically, guy who we were talking about, Hater, is he created SC Leaks, and he talks about this in depth. So from its beginning in 4chan and, you know, Reddit into Discord and ups and downs of the whole thing, and then also he predicted something and was stupid enough, being a very young fella, to say that he's gonna eat a sock if if 400 is not released during 313, and then he delayed that just in great CIG fashion to beginning of 314, and then that did not happen as well. And so first of all, a lot of disrespect for this guy comes from just what he does, and then the other part of disrespect comes from people realizing he's basically a kid. And then he did this video. Half of its video is, like, as I said, talking about him and SC Leaks and his idea of why he does it. And first of all, I'd never expected that I'm gonna defend Hater publicly.
This is surprising to me too.
I still will throw shade on Leaks. I don't care about that shit. Like, it's ridiculous, and they're missing, and I'm sure CIG is also messing with them and all that. However, this kid used a camera, recorded a very properly narrated and scripted video with him in full frame, being a very big guy, not to be disrespectful, not giving a fucking shit about it, which must be uncomfortable in a way, and kudos for that. Just like he could have recorded him like shoulders up, you know, face, and talk about stuff. No, he decided to put a camera on the side and show his entire body, and kind of feel semi-comfortable in it. Then he went and explained a lot of things about SC Leaks and apologized multiple times to CIG and explained why he wants to change certain things the way him, or rather they, do it, because it's affecting human beings working for CIG, which was never his intention, which is very mature. And the way he explains it actually kind of shook me in a way. Like, I was impressed.
Okay, I'm gonna have to watch this.
Yeah,
I haven't
you'll have
watched
to
it,
watch
but
it. It's actually, I think everyone should.
Yeah, it might change my opinion of Hater because
It will
again,
change your opinion of Hater, not SC Leaks probably, but Hater.
Yeah, well, that's it, right? Like, yeah. To be clear, I got nothing against the guy. I just think that SC
we don't know the
Leaks
guy,
is...
right? Like from what we know is like some scumbag, you know, like unveiling things that might or might not be true for attention. And you know what? He says that as well. Like, listen, I'm a human being and I love numbers going up. So yes, I do this for attention, amongst the other things. Again, very mature statement. I'm really impressed by how he did the whole thing. Also, quality is pretty high. And he's a witty guy. Like, his humor is actually really good. So, and then the other half of the video is very difficult to watch because he's actually eating a sock. But he did that creatively as well. He found a sock that was made by from some fruit fibers or whatever, like whatever, and then he used this, like, he chopped it in a bunch of little pieces and used it in many recipes or whatever, like deep fried in the cookie, whatever, just a raw sock with salt and pepper. But he was actually eating, which is very annoying that he's actually making that noise when I'm not gonna do it because we have high quality microphone, but a microphone. microphones, but when you like open and close your mouth, there's this disgusting noise. So he does that, but apart from that, it's okay. The second part of the video is just stupid. Like, please, if you
just eating him a sock,
just don't like admit you're wrong and say that you're not going to eat the fucking sock. Okay?
Oh man,
don't, because I'm afraid that something might happen to a poor guy.
That's not good for you. That's for sure.
No, it's definitely not good. and deep frying it is not going to make it any better. As a matter of fact, it's going to make it worse. Or adding butter to it, But hey, I really think it's worth mentioning. Sorry, and I just had to, because it kind of blew my mind. Like, I do have more respect for this human being.
Yeah. And I know, okay, eating a sock is not good for you.
No.
I can't really condone it, but I gotta give you kudos for, like, you know, for following up that.
Listen, dude, that's plain stupidity. Like, he said he learned something out of it. He's never going to.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to eat another sock either.
So what do you think he learned from it?
Socks are hard to chew.
No, he learned that he should never make a bet that he does not know he will win 100%.
Yeah.
So we might
don't make
a bet.
Here's the better thing. Don't make a bet on CIG timelines. That's for damn sure.
Why just don't make a bet where you have to eat the fucking sock, dude? Like, just make a bet something different, you know? Jesus Christ. Anyways, I just wanted to mention that. I mean, crate where crates do, as I always say, and it's also nice to see, you know, a face of someone who is behind all this craziness. So yeah, kind of cool. All right. Well, also he's getting a lot of flack after it, both in YouTube comments and
why
and Twitter and everything, and he embraces it. He's like, yes, I'm a fat ass, but, and then blah 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 and whatnot. And I just want to say, like, it's not easy. What he did is not easy, and all of you motherfuckers who are, you know, trying to storm him, you're gonna get burned, man. Like, this guy is going to get some
dude, it takes
friends
something
this way.
Yeah, well, it takes a lot to like come out and be vulnerable like that, man. Like, that's not
especially being that young, man. You know, like, hey, I almost felt like, you know, defending him, but I didn't. He's got it. He's got it.
Like, he clearly doesn't need any help.
No,
like,
no,
that was a really mature thing to do. So
yes,
I mean, maybe not the sock eating. Well,
he should definitely change his name, in my opinion. Like, Hater is really, like, whatever.
Yeah,
probably made it when he was 8 or something. But and SC Leaks, you're not gonna hear me like say good things about that. There's like,
no, I still think it's,
but yeah. Anyways, enough. We're gonna get on to the next segment of our show, which is news.
Which, first and foremost, it's August 1st today, and it's still 3:13 in live. We kind of touched on that a little bit already, but any way you slice it, it's August. It's officially a month after we were supposed to have 3:14 live. We still don't. I have said that I think it's okay in this case to an extent, you know, like with these like big kind of catastrophic combat changes that they want to kind of like, you know, tweak it after getting some heavier duty testing in and stuff like that. But I can also see the other side, and like you said, I mean, just roll it out to live. I mean, it's not like they can't do hot fixes in the live patch to switch balance around if they want to. But
I just don't understand why. There's so many things that are so awkward for me in this situation. First of all, they are a company that embraces no deadline, kind of, like, overall. But then they're sticking to 3-month patch rule, which they constantly break.
More so lately, to be fair.
Well, since I'm here, it's been like that, right? So at least since 3.7 to 3.8, right? So maybe even earlier, I don't know.
Yeah. And then on top of that, instead of doing what was like suggested by a large part of the community when they started missing these patch deadlines was like, well, why don't we just do 3 patches a year instead of 4
months? Yeah, it would make sense.
And instead
but
of
they
that,
would still
we
be
had
late
one
1
of
month,
their
bro.
maybe. Instead of that, we had Aaron Roberts come out and tell us how staggered development was going to fix all of this.
Oh damn, it fixed it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. It sucks, dude. I don't know.
Yeah. I guess like the reason I'm still kind of chill about it, I guess, is because I'm just like, whatever, you know, like
it is whatever. As a matter of fact,
these other games I'm playing right now, I'll just, you know, like I'll get in and I'll play 3.14 when it's live, whenever that is. Though, I think more importantly, seeing this should be setting off some like, I don't know, maybe alarm bells is the wrong word, but like set your expectations, guys. You know, with this kind of a delay, this is going to have ripple effects for the rest of the year.
Well, that's the problem for me. Because last year, their last patch of the year came in January next year, and that's kind of awkward, right? It's like,
yeah.
Oh, this is the last patch of the year, guys. It's like January 30th or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong with the date, but it's really like... And then I'm like, I want them to have deadlines.
Really?
I think, yeah.
I thought
like Xenothread was like January,
no,
and that was the last thing.
Oh, but 3.13, no.
I don't know.
I don't even remember.
It was
I don't
really
even
strange.
remember.
I don't know. What, like, I am all up for deadlines because I want this game to come out, but at the same time, I'd rather not have a deadline than always being late. Whatever, it's fine.
Yeah,
but it is like one of those little things. There's like,
it does suck to know basically that with everything being kicked back patches, you know, like it does mean that when we end up with these delays, they do tend to be cumulative. Where now that we have a delay with the release of 3.14, it's going to mean that things either get cut from 3.15 or 3.15 release date is going to be delayed.
True.
And
they usually try to push it at the end of the year then more than
I really don't know why. Like this is something that repeatedly happens, is that things get kicked to the end of the year patch, but the end of the year patch is always one where it has the least capacity to deal with that overflow because halfway through the month everybody goes on holidays.
Yeah, they're not there. Deal with the shit.
Know, and it means basically that you can't put in major systems that would potentially cause ripple effects that people are going to have to work on and hotfix immediately because nobody's there. So why do we even like this? This is kind of my thing. Like whenever I see something get bumped to 3.16, I'm like, why are we even doing that anymore? Like, can we just like at that point, if it's going to end up in 3.16, just take it off the roadmap entirely?
You know why? Because they're not, and this is not me saying they're not playing their game. Don't confuse these two things. This is me saying they're not players of their game, so they don't have these expectations from ISC. They don't have these expectations that we have from the patch day. Because they know all of this up front. It's
they
in their
everything
hands
from the inside.
So it's different, and I feel like that's something I would like them to listen to their community, because it brings a lot of disappointment where it doesn't have to be. And also this goes into new player experience, where if you're an experienced player, this will not like I don't give a crap,
no,
honestly. Like after 2 years, I know it's whatever, you know, it's not gonna make me feel any worse. Whatever, I don't care.
Exactly. Everybody knows that and you don't know how to manage your expectations because you don't have the experience.
People will tell you, but you know, and this goes back to 3.7 to 3.8. For me, it was, I almost stopped playing then. Almost. If I'm being honest, the reason I continued playing, because I think we already were talking about having a podcast back then, me and Orchid, and I think that like kept me interested, but because they were talking about persistence back then, back then every patch would reset everything, and in between, like at the end of 3.7, beginning of 3.8, there were like patches every fucking 15 days or so, even like sometimes few times a week, and I would lose all the progression. And for me at that time as a new player, I was like, all I need is this game right now is persistence. Right? When you're a new player, it really matters so much. Right now, I don't care. They can reset every day. I don't give a shit. But
well, and you know what, like, it would have been a little bit different if you'd actually had that 3 months to actually like play before a reset. But the problem was that the problem was that like anytime they would do a hot fix or a like a .1 or .2 patch, it would do a reset as well. So it's, you know, like you're not even getting 3 months to kind of make any progress. You're getting like maybe a month, you know.
And the first thing you check back then is like persistence swipe, yes or no, like in the patch notes, and like But the problem is, like, as a new player, this already almost pushed me away, because the patch was delayed for like a month or so as well. This was a big patch and all that, and I was so pissed off and frustrated. So not only that new player experience is shit as it is, and it really is, and there's no tutorial. The starter ships are horrible to play. They're not like, now I enjoy playing Aurora or Mustang because I have enough knowledge to make them enjoyable experience for myself. We know with the expectations that I have. But if I'm a new player,
exactly, like right now, you know the capabilities of those ships. You know what they can do,
and I know how to avoid potential frustration, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, it just goes to that for me. That's what frustrates me more than the actual fact that the patch is being late. I don't care. As a matter of fact, it played into my plans because, you know, New World is done, and now a patch might land every day, and I have something to do until New World comes out. So perfect. But sour taste for especially for our new friends.
And for me, it's like, at this point, it's not even necessarily that I want 3.14 that badly. I just, you know, like, it's the, like I said, the ripple effects and the repercussions that are kind of a bummer to me.
Well, that right there. I don't care about 3.14 anymore as well. I said I'm gonna play it, I'm gonna play it, right? But it doesn't bring anything that I wanna do, anything new. And the biggest issue with this is, how do I know that? I don't even play PTU. Well, because I've seen other people playing PTU, and this is why I don't like PTU at all. Like, keep it close for avocados or whatever, and just, you know, because if I didn't watch all the streams and YouTube videos, and someone will say, well, you have to watch it, but guess what? I do. And that's the solution.
Is the thing, though. I see, and I think that, like, well, you don't have to watch it. That's fine if we're dealing with like a 1, maybe 2 week PTU period. But we're going on a month now, you know. So for somebody who's involved in the project to avoid quote unquote spoilers about 3.14 when the PTU has been going and is now in full accessibility, you know. How does one avoid all of that information for an entire month?
You know what? Now that I mentioned this hurts, bro. Like I am very, very envious of people who are playing PTU, and I really don't feel like playing PTU. Okay, like, and I wish someone heard this, because I know I'm not the only one. Like, with the day the PTU starts, I run to Burke's stream or Cutlet or, you know, Noodle or online or whatever, like whoever I'm watching, you know, whoever's live at the moment. I'm not like it. The names of these streamers are not in a particular order or whatever of my liking or whatever. And I watch them, and them being excited about this new thing happening. And because of PTU, I don't have this. Like, I am stripped of this feeling because I don't want to play PTU. Like, PU does not give me excitement because it already fucking happened. So that little excitement that we get, us who are not playing PTU, is stripped away from us because there's public PTU. Please don't. Just remove that thing. In my opinion, again, like a lot of people disagree.
I don't know. Like again, like I don't have a problem with the PTU if it's like, you know, if it's a couple days in wave 1, couple days in wave 2, you know, open to live, so like maybe a week or 2 tops, you know, total, that's fine. Because again, like especially if it's open, if I really want the experience, I can go get it. I just want it to be in live because this is, and we talked a little bit about it already. Like there is something, at least for me, and I know this isn't for everybody, but about knowing that everything I do in the PTU doesn't matter, you know, like it doesn't further my main account. And so it's like, it's not necessarily that I am upset that I'm not getting the experience in PTU or whatever. It's that if I want to go and have that experience, it's going to be lacking that feeling of any sort of progression, as minimal as that is in Star Citizen right now. And I think
that feeling of it doesn't matter.
Like, exactly. It takes away from it a little bit. And I get that these are personal, like, and to anybody who's watching or listening to this right now and just pulling their hair out and basically saying like, well, just go fucking play PTU if you want the experience that bad. You have a point to an extent, but for me, it's that lack of permanence and the lack of, you know, like actually being able to play on your main account and further your main account that takes away from that experience in PTU.
I just plain am not enjoying PTU because it doesn't matter. And if they need it for testing, make it closed, NDA, something. Help us who are, I'm pretty sure, well, first of all, don't have it, right? You have avocado builds and then you go into PTU and then you get notes from people and then you fix it and then you send it on PU and then it doesn't work and you get notes from people and then you're fixing it through the patch, and that's the game development. So why PTU in the first place? I'm sorry.
I don't know. I do see the point of PTU, especially because it gives them the ability to like slowly ramp up those stress tests instead of just like chucking it to live. And like we've already said, like PTUs are a shit show for performance. Can you imagine throwing that onto a new player who has no fucking clue what's going on? Like the new player experience is bad enough, let alone instigating, you know, that level of instability. Sure, but I guess for me anyways, I don't mind the PTU. It's just that basically after a month of hearing and seeing all the content from PTU, it does, like, it's the length of time that information is available that causes my like hype or interest in a patch to wane.
There's no excitement. I know everything already, so whatever.
Yeah, like I'm still like, I'm sure when I finally get in there and I get to feel the differences in the ship and play around with the different combat, it'll be fun.
Well, I'm not talking about 314 here. I'm talking about like the general cycle of a new content being pushed out and me missing out on an excitement about new content. And if they made it NDA so that the streamers and content creators cannot play footage of it, or some like limited NDA where they can talk about it, but they can, and me being a content creator, I fall into this. But you know, like Mike is, for example, avocado, but he doesn't really play there, right? But he still has to be careful about not like why avocado builds are under NDA.
Well, that's personally like it's that phase that I have an issue with. I don't necessarily want PTU to go to a point where it's like 100% NDA and like nobody can talk about it.
No,
and
I don't mind
like
people
that.
talking about it. I just want to see it anyway, you know?
Well, I don't even mind seeing it because like seeing it, if it's for a limited amount of time, just gets me hyped for that patch, right? Because like, oh, I can't wait till I'm gonna. But like, after a month,
wait. DIG can show you that in ISC, SCL.
Sure, but like whatever. Like what I'm saying is like for me, like seeing people playing PTU doesn't detract from it. For me, anyways, it's only when it starts to really drag on like this that I get kind of like, okay, just release the fucking patch already.
For me, it does. For me, I guess we're all different.
It's a personal thing.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I'm glad we talked about it, even though it was not our plan. But I think this is very important because I'm sure a lot of people will agree with you, and a lot of people will agree with me, and then a lot of people will think that we're both idiots because they agree with what we have already, or they have their own idea,
exactly.
and that's all.
Well,
that's all fine.
They're fine playing PTU. Yeah. This is personal. This is a personal opinion thing, obviously. But
I can say that PTU, as it stands, hurts me and my joy for the game 100%. I know that if we did not have this avocado PTU PU system, I would have more fun jumping into a game with every patch, sort of blindly.
That's legit.
But yeah, okay, so we had ISC this week after 4 months, and it was very informative, but
sort of.
but not like we did not really get like new stuff. Well, it was informative, like especially for those who don't know, like, you know, things, new crowd and whatnot.
Okay, but to me, what I saw in this ISC with respect to the loot system and whatever seemed pretty much exactly the same as we saw in the Calling All Dev with Richard Trier about the inventory. That's my kind of gripe with it, and not really a gripe even, you know, like, because you got to see how it progressed and you got to see how they were doing things, but for me, I just felt like okay, I saw this already. Okay, I saw that already too. I know about this. I know about the tags because they already talked about them. You know, there were a few pieces of information that jumped out as new to me, but I personally would think it's a stretch to call this one as like informative.
I mean, we had worse. However, I will agree with you, because here's a thing. It's like 4 weeks of no ISC, and then you get ISC, and then when you look from that perspective, it's really not that great. But at least there's something. So so let's go over it. So they were not talking about 314. They talked about loot generation and spawning, which is supposed to come in 315, right? Yeah. But we don't know if it will happen.
I think it probably will. I get the feeling like it's far enough along that it'll happen, but yeah.
It's one of those where they are so proud about what they did, and I'm like, it exists in other games already. I'm grateful that it's coming, because loot is a heartbeat of any MMO. Without loot, there's no MMO.
I think that's one of the things they even said in this video was like they realized that like the looting experience is part of what makes MMOs.
I think that was the most important information that they stated, that they understand how important it is. And but the rest of it was like, okay, like, and they showed how they do this already, as you said.
Like they detailed the tag things and stuff like that, and I'm sure there are other games that already do that, but I think that's neat. And for anybody who hasn't watched it yet, so basically what they talked about was how like all the different lootables in an environment have a collection of tags on them, so it gives the developers a lot of flexibility with what loot is showing up where, and it makes it really easy for them to customize loot as well. So like because down to a point where they can literally say, in this building, you know, there's a lot of red armor, like armor with red color on it or whatever, you know, like because they have all these different tags attached to the different sides of their loot.
It also feels like it's going to be like semi-smart system where like, oh, this is a pirate hideout, so it has a pirate tag to it or whatever, so it will spawn pirate-ish loot instead of, I don't know, baker loot.
This was what I think was news to me, and they talk a little bit about how it's going to ultimately be connected to Quanta on top of that. So the system will be able to detect if the UEE raids a bunker, clears out the pirates and sets up shop there, and it'll automatically kind of like change the different sorts of loot and whatever that you get from that, which kind of like also stands to reason that like because one of the things that the Quanta system handles is the health and the wealth of a system as well. So, you know, ultimately if you if the economy on a planet, let's say, starts to downturn or whatever, the quality and quantity of the loot that you're finding in different areas is potentially going to decrease because it's a poorer area. You're not going to find those or the chances of you finding those really rare or expensive pieces of equipment just don't exist in.
Let's hope this does not kill certain zones.
Yeah,
because if if everything diminishes, then what's the reason for people to even go there? And then how do you revive that unless you have to
Well, that's the thing, though. But that's the economic fortunes of a planet or a star system are not permanent either. And yeah, that might be a thing. Actually, I almost kind of welcome it. If everybody knows that the bunkers on Hurston are worth jack shit because the only people who are squatting in them are broke ass outcasts or whatever. Yeah, maybe people aren't gonna bother. Slumming it through there. They're going to go somewhere else until something happens to kind of make the fortunes change. Or, I just like the idea that it's fluid and it depends on the environment and what's happening around it. I mean, obviously, the whole economic aspect of this is only one aspect of Quanta, and that was something that I didn't know how connected their loot system was going to be to Quanta, and it's neat. That's cool. I like seeing how it plugs in like that.
I agree. I mean, it's all good things.
Yeah.
And I welcome the loot, even though version tier 0 or whatever will be shit, but
yeah. Tier 0 is going to be water.
I mean, you checked before the show and you said that the vendors are not coming in yet, and I'm sure you're gonna be able to sell on terminals and whatnot, but in general, whatever. And I don't think they're gonna use the random loot generation at the beginning, because what are we going to do with all this loot, And
well, that's it. I think tier 0 is gonna be
you find apples in someone's pocket.
Yeah, food, water, med pens, ammo, But still, I mean, it's weapons.
Still, don't get me wrong, that's cool. It's cool. I want that. It's better than nothing, right?
Totally.
But, yeah.
Yeah, but I think just according to the progress tracker, anyways, like you said, I mean, selling is not finishing until November, and that's not on the roadmap. So who knows when that's actually going to come in? And then loot generation T1 on the roadmap or on the progress tracker, doesn't finish until January. So at the earliest, loot generation T1 and selling, I think would be maybe the Q1 patch, maybe at end of March. But that's the absolute earliest. But you're right. I mean, even loot tier 0, med pens, water, shit like that. I'll take it. That's better than nothing, If it means I don't have to traipse my ass back to a space station and maybe I can just grab a bottle of water from an aid shelter or a cave that I'm crawling through, sure, great.
Before we continue, I'm just gonna be a downer again here and a dickhead kind of, and point out how little things we're getting per patch. For those who are tripping that this game will come out in 2 years, this is 4 times a year. This is what we get, these couple of silly tier 0 things. And if you think this will bring us to a full game in 2 years, you might want to rethink that. I'm starting to think that even 10 years that I've said might be too crazy, too fast, crazy. Yeah,
I definitely agree with you in that. I don't think we'll be seeing full release in 2 years. Beta maybe.
I don't think so. I mean, look at what we're getting per patch, man. What beta for what?
We'll see. I don't know. We'll just we'll have to see.
I mean, these are nice changes. Don't get me wrong, but it's not enough things happening. You know what I mean? It's just
I
couple of
silly
there. Things. That's it. They're beautiful and great, but on a grand scale of a game like Star Citizen, it's nothing. It's like a speck. It's nothing.
Yes, but the thing that makes me kind of think that it could potentially go the other way and we could see an acceleration of content is just that finally, after all these years of hearing about these pieces of technology, I'm starting to actually be able to see things plug into each other, and that makes me go, okay. You know
what scares me?
While I don't necessarily think that, like Chris said, the floodgates are going to open, I could see an acceleration.
No. Well, I
especially
hope so.
because 2020, like anybody who thinks that didn't throw a wrench in things is tripping. Like, you know.
No, that's for sure the thing. But what scares me is like them every now and then telling you that, well, you don't see it, but this is already in game. You just, you know, and some of these big things, you know, part of it is already in a game, but nothing
like
really
the room system is
happened
in game, but nothing's using it. Yes, but the other thing that was interesting, and we talked a little bit about this last week about the post-mortem, you know, like that was one of the things that came from like one of their head gameplay developers, my favorite person. You know, oh, maybe we should not be putting in these random things unless they connect to gameplay somehow.
Yes.
So I guess we'll see if they start to actually take that to heart, you know?
Or just like, don't talk about them that much. Just mention we did this. It's fine, you know? Although people get excited for that as well, but whatever. Then it's their fault. Yeah, no, that's fine. But that's what I'm saying. Then it's your fault, you know? But if they're like, we're bringing...
hyping. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Hey, you know, I see, you know, next patch,
Looting
standalone turrets
like
are
that.
coming. And I'm like... Can I mount it on the back of my ship? No. But it's great.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, exactly. Trolleys that don't work and explode everything.
And then a scene of this javelin on Daymar reworked, and there's like someone, and you're like, ooh, maybe we go there. And they're like, no, but it looks great there. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what are you doing to me? Why? Get the fuck away from me, you know? Fuck, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next one we have here, thruster effects again.
Yeah, so the last half of ISC was just basically just like visual effects stuff, so nothing really of consequence, but cool stuff.
It looks good, but I mean, it's been now the thruster effects are coming to a point where they feel like something they did not even mention in this ISC, which is NPC housing, but that's or hospitals. But that's about how it feels now, because I mean, we keep talking about thruster effects, and we see it every time, and we see these like blue and red lines, and I'm sure it's fucking amazing technology and whatever, but as you mentioned, it kind of feels the same every time.
Yeah,
it looks
this
great.
demo specifically, this demo didn't really do a lot to really highlight it, I thought, you know.
It looks great, right? But I feel like I've seen it already. And then they said they're working on water as well, which is cool. You know, it's cool. Nothing bad with it.
No.
I think what Nubifire said, like,
flying over a resort and seeing all the umbrellas going. That would be so cool.
It would be cool, you know? if it's not part of player housing, and you like spend hours to like set up something, and then someone flies over with a fucking scent or something, and just like everything's gone, you know? Like, I would lose my shit.
I would love that though. See, that's the thing, right?
Because you don't do housing, you motherfucker.
Well, live and learn. You know,
I'm gonna do housing in a bunker.
Well, I'm gonna buzz your settlement and rip out all your shit.
If you know where I am. Wait.
That's
but I have to stop for a moment. We have to change the server. A sec.
Oh.
Test?
Test.
Yeah, it's fine. You're just not as loud on this server. That's fine. I bumped you up.
Yay, Discord. I guess what I was gonna basically say with like the rest of this, and I mentioned this I think offline, like obviously these are just like visual effects and stuff like that, but there is something to be said about how oftentimes in SC and sometimes in other games as well, it's the little things that kind of just add up to making like an experience good. And I can't take credit for that because I mean, even though it's not necessarily a unique thought or anything, it was just something that was pointed out on the captain's table that he did with the ED commanders, like, is something that they really appreciate about Star Citizen is that attention to detail for the little things and how much it can add up to make an experience, just special.
Small things matter, and CIG is not cheating on this kind of.
No.
Sometimes I feel it's a little bit too much and unnecessary, but
like the next one.
End, but in the end, it doesn't. It hurts the release date, but it doesn't hurt the quality of the game. It makes it better for sure. But yeah,
I guess. But in this case, like these are VFX guys. Like, it's not like they're working on server meshing or game design, right? Like, like if they're waiting for these systems to come in, then
I don't think they're waiting,
guys.
man.
Like,
I think they have a lot of things queued up, though. VFX touches everything, including ships and like everything,
and gameplay. Yeah,
but it also touches thruster effects. Well, that's ships technically, but yeah,
and flower petal effects, which was kind of the other thing that they showed, how the wind kind of like affects the flower petals and stuff like that on Orison and stuff, which again, like, I'm kind of chuckling and maybe I'm sounding a little bit sarcastic about it because whatever, but I do think that it is cool to see this tech working, because I know that it's not going to be only limited to Orison and flower petals, like it very easy could be something where all of a sudden
it can be so many things, right? It can be
like snow swirling on microtech.
Snow,
it
can be like
grass, vegetation,
some toxic liquid, whatever. Like, it can be so many things that can be affected by this a little bit, like editor or whatever. I think. I mean, we're not developers, but it kind of feels like that. I doubt they would develop certain tech just for a cherry blossom. Petals or whatever.
It's still pretty cool to see,
cool,
their before and after, like how they behaved before, and then like once they put this new tech in, like how it actually like would read the land and stuff like that, so it would blow up and over stuff, and it was neat, very cool.
True. So after that, they talked about lightning and fire.
Lightning looked really cool. I would like to see that more, like, just as an effect in like volumetric, like in the clouds in Orison and stuff like that, seeing like lightning, or
is there lightning in those clouds at all?
There should be, like
some kind of a pixelated lightning, probably.
Well, right now, obviously not, but that's what I'm saying. Like, development of this tech can be applied all over the place. Like when you have a storm blowing through Hurston, well, like right now you just get some dust effects and you can feel the wind on your ship and stuff like that, but like hammer that home with like some lightning and stuff like that in a storm, and all of a sudden it feels that much more real, that much more threatening. And
I really feel like this is all preparation for Pyro, that more than anything, but then they can implement it in some other things.
I think they even said that in the video, right? Like lightning in like some of the ionized and Pyro,
and whatever the arena commander
and absolutely, look, we actually saw in the vertical slice, there's a bunch of lightning effects they need for Squadron 42 and stuff like that. But I think the cool thing about this was when they talked about how they've got it so they can scale it up to like huge scale and not blow their performance budget up, which is neat.
The other one was fire. We actually didn't hear about it in like 2 or 3 episodes, and then we had the break of 4 weeks. It looks great. I don't know what else to say. It looks very realistic. You and me had some conversation about it, but we talked about this before. I don't want to speculate too much about fire and mechanics before it really comes closer to the game, or because like whatever. But it looks great. I mean, it looks great.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but basically the conclusion we came to with the fire thing was that like it could add to gameplay so long as they don't overdo it.
Yes. I don't see a way of them not overdoing it, but yes, that's definitely the conclusion.
Wow. Okay. Well, this is what we disagreed on off air, but like I think for them, with them saying, like showing basically they let the fire run for half an hour, and it's like if they keep to that time scale, I think that's a good time scale, because that basically means that your ship's not going to burn down if you don't have a chance to go put the fire out, you know, because even after half an hour, it was like the room wasn't on fire or anything. It was just, you know, progressing. So, and that's how I think, like, if they keep the time scales longer on the fire, it will be manageable, you know. It could end up being something where it's manageable in the game without getting crazy.
Now that you brought it up, I have to kind of also explain my point of view, where I want fire to be glorious and amazing, and I want to be like something that we have to fight, but I don't want it on our ships. And I know this is very unpopular opinion, I know, but I feel like that's more of a single player game take, and I think it takes away a lot from the actual gameplay. I think it's great idea for multi-crew ships, but I also think that if you have any multi-crew ships, you'll have to have it in soloable ships. And I see this amazing fire being so much better if, like, you destroy a ship and then it starts, you know, saying like you have to go in, but your preparation is bringing like fire extinguisher or extinguishing attachment for your multi-tool or whatever the fuck,
or disabling the power that basically
and
stops the electrical fire or something like that,
or in some way, you know, like fighting the fire to get to the loot, or, you know, fire being almost like an enemy, but once you are outside of your ship, or, you know, something like that, rather than and for me, like, I guess there's partially like real life PTSD from fire kind of inside ships and whatnot, but also like we got to a point where even though fire is like one of the worst enemies of humanity, we're really fighting it with a lot more ease, especially in like closed in areas or like fucking, you know, military vehicles. Think about like planes, ships, submarines, you know, everything has like fire prevention and fire extinguishing systems. And, you know, I just don't see, like, they might do it for the game.
It's not happening that.
Yeah, but it needs to happen extreme. Like, I'd be okay if, like, you have to check your fire prevention system every now and then. If you don't do it and you don't fix it, then you have like slight chance to catch on fire and have actually to fight it. But I feel like your space fucking ships, except for maybe if it's Drake, should be able to deal with fire with ease.
No. Drake definitely has firefighting. It's called opening the ship to vacuum.
Yeah, and then not being able to close it again, but that's fine. Nothing a little bit of duct tape can solve,
exactly, right? Yeah. Duct tape and elbow grease.
Yeah.
I think the last thing they showed, off the top of my head, I think was the stations blowing up. Right?
Yeah. And it looks I was surprised. I didn't expect to see an R&R station being destroyed into pieces.
Well, I think like they said specifically they wanted it for Theaters of War for the station at the end. So I don't think that we're gonna see it in the PU for a long time. But it was still neat to see that basically they have a system that can just do it procedurally, right? So like a station doesn't blow up the same. Good. Yeah, it looked really good.
So basically they show at the end, they show like how one whole R&R station just, you know, gets destroyed and fractured into little pieces, and it's cool.
Looked cool, yeah.
Okay. The rest of it was Jared's hair was greased. No mic issues really. You know.
For ISC or for SCL?
For ISC.
Oh, I don't remember. I probably because I don't think I watched it. I won't. Well, no, I did watch it for the visual effects stuff. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, maybe this was SCL where his hair was greased. I don't know.
Maybe I don't know.
Oiled
I didn't
up.
watch that one.
Jared was lubed. Whatever.
Trying to look fancy.
Or he was lazy, did not want to wash his hair or something like that. I have these issues all the time as well. It's rough, man.
Yeah. It's important.
So inside Star Citizen, we had that as well this week.
SCL.
Yeah, because my notes are wrong.
Yeah, your notes are wrong.
Why did you not fix my notes? Thank
there,
you.
I just did.
So SCL, we had SCL this week as well, which is
This is
usually
all you,
something.
man. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's usually something we don't get excited for, and
well, I do sometimes.
Yeah. Well, sometimes
this one,
even if I'm not excited, sometimes I will get like surprised by something. Or
this
maybe
apparently was one of those surprising ones, because I skipped this one because I'm on record a couple times basically just saying like when they're doing these like game dev ones where they're gonna like, I don't know, make a commercial, I don't care. That's not what I want out of SCL. So I skipped this one. So yeah.
I don't think it was surprising. I don't think it was anything revolutionary. I just read the name of it and I was like, okay, these are the motherfuckers that I have issues with, right? So basically, SCL was all about them faking videos that look like something we don't have in Star Citizen. Put it in my words. So basically, the MSR commercial, the what is Star Citizen, all these things that make it look so good, but the game actually doesn't look like that. And these are the things I have a problem with, especially while we're in alpha. But like in general, I don't want to see a trailer for the game that feels like it's made in game, but actually definitely isn't. It's, to me, these are blunt, blatant lies. Like
very specifically the what is Star Citizen thing, obviously. Like that was something, I guess, that was made by this team, and like I think the like to dislike ratio on it is evidence that people did not like that, because that was not, or
Star Citizen.
Isn't Star Citizen. That's not what Star Citizen plays like.
Star Citizen 2 maybe. In some other universe. But this is
just like when it's more polished and it actually plays like that. But yeah,
since you brought it up, this is one of the things that was really shocking to me in a way, where they drop what is Star Citizen video to us and everyone reacts the way I expect people to react, where obviously I'm not crazy and I think the video is absolutely great, and whatever they showed there, we all want to play that. It looks fucking good, right?
Yeah.
So these people who are making these videos are they are very talented. They work hard, like they're obviously functioning well as a team and all that, and I'm glad to hear that and see that. But what they're presenting to me or future Star Citizen players is a lie. So I kind of expected when Jared like actually presented these guys, who by the way are first time on any video for Star Citizen. I expected them to get a similar like dislike ratio. I was absolutely wrong, and there's only a couple of dislikes and a couple of thousand likes. In general, I'm happy that's the way it is, because these are as I said, people working for CAG. They follow orders, even though they talked about like how they brainstorm stuff and whatnot, but it still has to be greenlit and whatnot. There was something that kind of I don't know how to feel about it. So one of the guys is from the community, basically. So Maso, you can also start working for CAG at some point if you believe in yourself.
Right, okay, I see what we're doing here.
But
and it's not a shot at CIG, by the way, just to anybody listening. It's
So basically, they really hammered that one, like mentioning a little bit too much. But again, in general, I'm super happy to hear that these things happen, and we've heard it before. People who are fans of the game get to work on the game, probably small percentage, but I think that's very healthy for the company as well, because they come from the outside as someone who actually backed the game, cares
bring
about
that
it from
player
our
perspective.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then in this case, like someone who was doing machinima kind of videos or whatever, getting there to work on video content is great. There's nothing bad about this.
And specifically like if not the what is Star Citizen video, but I know we had different opinions on the what was that MSR one with the the belligerent duck.
Yeah,
I thought that was a cool story. Like even if it doesn't really like represent how Star Citizen plays and stuff like that, I clearly it was well done. But yeah,
it was great. Like the way it was done is beautiful, amazing.
Yeah.
I didn't like it because it gave me Star Wars feels, and sure. I hate the crossovers. I just don't get
fair.
it. Like Star Citizen is massive and can have its own story, and feel and atmosphere. There's no need to borrow it from another huge franchise such as Star Wars, because guess what? Some people love Star Wars and some people hate Star Wars and some people don't give a shit about it. So it's kind of,
at the end of the day, it was like clearly a well done video, and it told a story about, so like from that perspective, like
there was nothing wrong with that.
Like this team obviously was, did a great job with that. It just,
But here's the thing though, the other guy that was on the show, and sorry that I don't have their names in front of me or anything, but if you guys watch the show, you'll see. He was working for, amongst the other things, for LucasArts. So he comes from creating videos for Star Wars. Yeah. And then there we are, where he's 3 years in, like working for Star Citizen, and he's there making Star Wars like videos, and I am not impressed by that. Really,
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's just like it's a cutscene. So
I don't think it's him though. I feel like someone deliberately brought the guy who was working for LucasArts so that their videos have that Star Wars feel, so that they can grab people from Star Wars universe.
Maybe.
And I don't know. But yeah, that's what I wanted to say about it. Not much. There's a video at the end. They showed a little bit of like how they were making that MSR video and whatnot, and in the end, then he made a short video about Reclaimer pad ramming another ship. I don't know which one it was. Cuddy Black or something.
Buccaneer, I think.
Or Buccaneer, yeah.
I watched the Nubifire summary of it, but
it was literally on demand from the chat, because Jared was like, what do you guys want him to do? And everyone was like, pad ramming. It's like, and then there was another one, it was like dance party or something, and they decided it's going to be pad ramming.
There was a guy dancing on the pad as the Reclaimer smashed the ship.
That was a part of the request as well. And
which, like, let's be honest here, it is pretty cool that they're able to like just whip something up like that. Like in
their process of really making it is impressive. Right?
Yeah,
and it feels very well oiled. And again, this guy was like constantly under pressure of like not enough time, and I don't like that they're being pressured like that, really. But we know, like if of course they're not watching our show, but like in general, if you did, what I would tell them is, we know it takes more time for this. Don't worry about it. Just have fun while you're on the camera if you can, and that's it.
Totally. And it was still pretty impressive. Like I again, like all I did was watch the Nubifire thing, so I didn't actually get to see him making it. But the fact that like I saw the last little clip of it, and that was something that guy whipped up on stream is.
Not even in that hour. Like he wasn't doing that the entire stream. So it was even more impressive he did it in such a short period of time. Okay, the last part of news, there was a preview that someone had to eat sock for, prematurely maybe, because I firmly believe that the preview is it's definitely Origin, and it feels like a thruster, and judging by its size, which you can't really, but I really feel it's 400. Like at this point.
Yes, and well, this is the thing. Like, as much as I give SC Leaks flack for being,
don't you
inaccurate,
go that way now? Don't you feel bad about like SC Leaks now because I'm kidding.
No, that's not what I was doing. Like, but kidding. like they. Oh, okay, okay, you got me. No, I think that the 400i makes a ton of sense. Like, there's a big gap between the 300 and the 600. Like, there's easily room. Yeah, there's like easily room there. Yeah, for like a medium-sized Origin ship. So like, and with Origin as developed as it is, like as far as the style guide goes, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it's almost kind of low-hanging fruit to an extent, like
Please be my home ship. Please be my home ship. Please be my home ship.
Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if the 400i did materialize at some point. I don't think it's going to be 314. And I think that's pretty obvious. And I don't even think it'd be 315 necessarily. But
well,
like, I think you're right. That
if Faker is correct, hater, not Faker. If hater is correct, the ship is done. It was just a matter of time of like, little tweaks and whatnot, and when they want to push it. But again, I mean, let's be fair. This is probably a Citizencon release or something like that.
I could see that. Yes.
Although, is it too early for a preview now? For Citizencon?
No, I don't know. At any rate, like the thruster that they showed, like, did definitely look like Origin. It's
actually the third variant of 600i fishing ship.
Well, they did say there's something on the there's something torpedo fishing. There is something on the roadmap that says a variant of a popular ship in game is something that's scheduled for.
In my 2 years of playing Star Citizen or whatever, I don't even know how long anymore. When they say popular ship, I know immediately there's only one ship they're talking about, and that's
Cutlass Black. Yeah. Or it's a Cutlass. Yeah.
Cutlass Rainbow.
What variant would they do though? Like what? Like really? Cutlass Purple. That was something that Jared wanted. I think
could be refueling. It could, like, Cutlass can be anything. You can fit any fucking thing in the back of the ship.
Like, I think that I think the Cutlass and the Connie are variants enough. I don't think they do that. You got the Cutlass Blue, you got the
Okay, so which popular ship is it? Arrow? Are you muted? Wait, I can't hear you. I think it's your microphone. I can't hear it all, but I've heard a little bit of I can see your camera. Okay, I can hear you.
Is that working?
Yeah.
Okay, I literally did not touch anything, so I don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't think it'd be a Connie. We got enough variants of the Connie. I don't think it'll be a Freelancer. We got enough variants of the Freelancer. I don't think it's a Cutlass. We got enough variants of the Cutlass.
Well, it's not Freelancer because they said popular, and no one likes that ship except for me.
I don't know. It's pretty widely flown. Especially when they gave everybody for free. Yeah,
well, that was the problem. That's when it actually became less of a thing in my eyes. But I still love.
I don't think the 600 though, because like the 600 is not that popular. Like
it's really not
nobody
popular.
Really.
People hate it, and it's such a beautiful ship. Oh my god.
Actually, you know what? I would almost. Oh wait, though they did say that they're gonna do a gold standard pass on it.
Oh,
because
gold standard is not another variant of it.
No, but if they're doing the work on it, like if they're actually going back,
popular. Don't
I know.
Think about the popular ship.
The tab
Aurora,
definitely winked.
It's another Aurora.
Oh, fuck! It's not.
What if it's a Titan actually?
Even the Avenger, I guess. Like what variant would you see for an Avenger?
That's what I said, Titan. Yeah.
Well, we already. But what do you mean?
Avenger Titan
variant?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
A garbage truck. I don't know.
Yeah.
We have garbage missions. What? I would fly that. Okay, enough.
I don't know. Who knows? But anyways, the 600 was definitely popular at one point in time because it was combat meta, which is hilarious.
It's fucking expensive to be popular. How much is
it? Is
600.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know, like
$600,
$500. I think. I don't think it's 600. I think it's 475 or something.
Isn't 890 jump like $950? But like they could have set the price to 890.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what variant it could be, but you're right in that, like, it's probably not the 600. Probably not the 600.
It's
not that popular. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Anyways, how did we get here? Oh, right, the preview.
Well, the preview, yeah.
With the thruster. Yeah, okay.
So we're done with the news, and we are off to our topic. which I am kind of excited to. We don't talk about this too much, and so the topic is Citizencon and kind of like expectations around it. Because believe it or not, I've been around for a while and I never had a Citizencon. So I joined the game right after the last Citizencon. As a matter of fact, fuck Citizencon from my perspective, because what it did is it did not give me a choice, and I had to spawn in the fucking Area 18 as a new player and run around the freaking place for like 2 days, not being able to spawn my ship. God damn it! And I can't hear you again.
Oh my god!
Oh,
what?
I can hear you now.
Okay, test again.
It's good.
Okay.
But yeah, so now I am excited about it. I'm sad that it's not a virtual physical one, whatever. But still, I actually paid for a couple of BlizzCons. Fuck. And those were actually really good experiences. Like, I paid for it. I don't think Citizencon will. Let's clear that out. Like, they're not going to charge for this, right? It's going to be free for everyone.
No, they tried that already.
Yeah, they tried and it was not good.
Roasted for that.
I think,
especially because literally Chris Roberts was like, "Well, BlizzCon charges for their digital tickets,"
like,
and everybody was like, "Chris, you're not Blizzard."
But turns out it's good that they're not Blizzard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, nowadays. But yeah. So we're gonna get this for free. How many days do we expect?
It's just the 1 day.
Oh, it's 1 day. You wanted to charge for that? That's crazy.
Yeah.
So 1 day of panels. It's 1 day? Wow.
1 day.
I thought it's like 2-3 days or something.
No, most
Holy
people
shit.
who go to the physical, like the physical ones, like they'll go and they'll attend Citizencon, like they'll show up a day early because there's like some like unofficial kind of stuff, like a Bar Citizens and stuff like that happened before.
Yeah, but that's just like
Citizencon.
everything else in Star Citizen. It's a community created.
Sort
stuff.
of, because it's like at the same time, like lots of the devs are out and kind of like at these different events and stuff like that. So there's some dev participation.
But
I think
officially,
usually,
like it's 1 day. So you're paying, like, if you're paying for a ticket, you're paying for the flight back forth and ticket, and it's all 1 day. That kind of feels a little bit shitty. I'm not gonna lie. In my opinion, that's crap. I think Star Citizen.
There's a reason I've never attended a physical one.
There you go.
I mean, that's one of the reasons.
I really feel like Star Citizen can make an event that is longer than 1 day, maybe a weekend, and that people could really fucking enjoy that. But I mean, they do it their own way. The fact that I don't like it doesn't mean that it's wrong. It's just like I feel like it could be better. Okay, I'm going to interrupt you with these things because I'm really, really curious about this, because I don't know. Like, I literally know nothing about it.
It might end up, like, I could see it becoming like getting to a point where it's more than 1 day, but right now, no. So basically what they typically do is they'll have a keynote presentation. What?
It's Alpha Citizencon. It will be more than 1 day when it gets released fully.
Yeah, Citizencon's an alpha. Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's fine. But yeah, no, it's so there's like a keynote presentation or whatever where where the dev team usually goes and like does a special kind of like fancy playthrough of like something that they're working on. It's basically a hype factory. Sometimes it's really cool because they demo a bunch of their new tech like in these sorts of playthroughs. Sometimes they're really cringy. And then basically you get 2 stages of panels from like all of like lore team, like all the different dev teams basically like are out there kind of doing a panel to show off kind of like what they're working on, stuff like that. And then there's two stages, so they're basically streaming at the same time or whatever, and then you can
so in this 1 day you still have to make decisions of what you're going to listen to. I mean, obviously everything is recorded, but that's kind of crappy as well.
Sometimes it's hard, man, because like even me just being here digitally or whatever, like sometimes it's like, I want to watch that, but I also really want to watch that. It would be even worse if you're there because like, me, I can just be like, this isn't something I want to, and I can just like switch the stream to the second stage, right?
But I can, like, they keep all this on YouTube or somewhere where I can go tomorrow and rewatch this. I hope so.
100%.
That'd be crazy.
Like,
okay, cool.
Everything's recorded, so like ultimately a lot of times I will end up going back and like rewatching, the second stage if I missed it or something like that.
Especially now, because now you're a content creator, so you're gonna have to,
I was always just like crazy
I know.
so I would do it anyways. But yeah, no, like I can imagine how it would be a different experience live. And from what I've heard, like, the energy of the crowd and stuff like that, like it's, yeah, I want to attend a Citizencon. I was actually thinking about 2020 Citizencon because it's in LA. So for me, it's like that's a pretty cheap flight. Actually, it's not very
far.
long.
Yeah. Same coast.
And
but okay, so is Chris opening it with a keynote, or?
Yeah, Chris usually does the keynote, and like, I don't know, the 2018 one was really sweet. That's where they did the like Hurston kind of like satellite mission kind of a thing, and where they unveiled the Valkyrie. Like the Valkyrie ends up flying in and like supporting this guy who gets basically ambushed by pirates and like they got the door guns going and stuff. Like it was like excellent hype. Very cool.
That's the team that we just had in SEL that does that.
No, well, in this case, they do actually play it live.
Oh, they played it live. Oh yeah, I've heard
all of the crashes and bugs and everything.
Wait, where was the gate shown when they go with Carrack like through the gate to Pyro?
That was last year's, or sorry, 2019 Citizencon keynote.
So I must have been there for that.
Well, they put it out on YouTube afterwards. Did you watch that live?
I was there for release of Carrack, so I started.
Well, this was before the release of Carrack. The Carrack wasn't officially released. They put it through in the Citizencon demo or the Citizencon.
Oh, so
keynote.
that was the one just before I started playing.
Because they actually said that the Carrack wouldn't have made the cut necessarily. Like it wasn't finished. They just basically put it through anyways with some, like some of the textures and lighting and stuff missing.
So mostly from what I picked up so far, Citizencon starts with a big fat lie.
Especially this last one, because I would gotta say, like, I haven't seen a cringy. Well, this is the thing, actually. Now, I would say that the 2018 one was pretty accurate, but the 2019
one. Let me tell you why I have
one,
this idea, because I rolled back. I've checked some videos. One that we laughed about a little bit recently, because it was probably one of the first John Cruise presentations on. What's the name of the ship? Damn
it.
It's Consolidated Outland, big one that makes.
The Pioneer.
Pioneer, yeah.
And
it's so crazy. That presentation actually pretty good, except for like you told me that selling land claims and all that. But but John Crew, you guys should watch this. Find this video and pay attention. He takes the mic from technically from Todd Pappy, and he starts explaining this. But you can see his hands are shaking so much.
I think it's probably one of the first times that John Crew was in front of a camera. Or
just to make it clear, I think John Crew is one of the best people to listen to, and to see where he made it now, where he's like one of the pillars
so
and like
comfortable in front of the camera.
But seeing that and everything he says there was spot on, really good, well explained, prepared and everything. It was just funny to see, and then it's in front of live crowd and everything, so it's not easy for sure. But here's the thing. So I went through and checked some of the videos from the past, and there's one particular video I want to talk about, and I think this is from Citizencon as well, where Chris Roberts comes and talks about Area 18, and they walk through Area 18, get out on the landing pads that don't exist, sit into an Aurora, and next to it is I've seen this, I've watched this a lot because I loved it.
Next to it was the Terrapin.
Terrapin, right? And then they fly through the city, and then they fly up and they fly to the station, and all of it was a lie because none of that is in the game. Like I watched this recently a couple of times with my stream, and I was like,
I
wait,
think
this
calling
is not
it a
Area
lie
18.
is a mistake. No,
But-
it's a tech demo. They're always tech demos. That's what the whole point is to demonstrate again what the game could be and what they're aiming for, right?
So you think this was real? Like this was made
they
in
100%.
game?
Yes. Yeah. It's just it didn't make the game because the performance of it was just they couldn't do it.
But it's so
Like-
different.
like
Like,
they
Area 18 just
Oh yeah, it
Like
looked amazing. Like the lighting looked great. The traffic looked great.
But apart
know,
from that, like the buildings themselves are so different, and everything's different, really. I'm not only talking about the R Corp. I'm talking about like Area 18 itself.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was all basically like to prove like this is what we're going for. You know, this is what we're trying for, and yeah, they ended up having to make concessions and stuff like that, obviously on Area 18 because the performance just ended up being something that didn't let them do what they initially wanted. But again, like that's the other thing too, though. Like I wouldn't put it past them to go back to R Corp and end up kind of like applying new Planet Tech, you know, to get there. So that's
well,
why
I would hope so, but I'll tell
calling
you,
it a
like,
lie is
well, here's the
bit of a
thing.
stretch.
I'm a very emotional person, and seeing that video would have made me play the game. And
I was hyped to shit. Yeah.
Like seeing Area 18 now, years after that, is very disappointing. Actually, like if you think about it that way. So I kind of feel like. So I guess like the first thing that I will pick up from us talking about Citizencon is like really like even more than anything else for any other stuff, really toning down the expectations from what I see there, because I guess that's where they are also like fishing for partners potentially or whatever.
It's
backers
primarily the keynotes. Like they're just a hype vehicle.
When you listen and watch to that video nowadays, you listen to Chris. He's not talking about like the tone he talks about is like he talks about this game that they have created that looks like this. He's not talking about like maybe he does, like words are one thing, but the whole presentation feels like this is what we've made instead of this is what we're aiming for.
Well, in his defense, again, like they did make that map and fly around in it. You know, like they weren't lying about that. It's just not what they were able to actually bring to the game, at least yet. But yeah, I agree.
That, that Area 18 will at some point look like that, actually?
I don't really see why they wouldn't. I mean, they've said that they're going to go back and redo Area 18, and I've already seen them take Area 18 now is so much better looking than it was when they first rolled it out. Like, let me tell you.
But it's like
the when you're looking down on it from space, like it used to be such a low res texture. It looked like shit.
But you have to like, we're also talking about like many years stretch and like people also having better rigs and the technology.
But that is
smooth, but
like absolutely something I would say, and I was actually going to say when I touched on like the 2019 keynotes, it's like I don't get hyped for Citizencon for the keynotes now. I do it for the panels because the panels are interesting, and that's where you get to see the shit that they're actually working on. You get to hear the devs be passionate about something that they're working on and excited about. Like that's why I like Citizencon. The keynotes, I don't know. Sometimes they're just so cringy. Like the 2019 Citizencon was so cringy because they're trying to demo this like mission where you like, you know, have to steal a uniform on Microtech and steal a badge and like infiltrate the server room and like take some data that they've got a mission for and stuff like that. And then
dude, I was there for that. Yeah,
like,
that was it. That was Microtech. It was all around Microtech stuff. And now but it was probably so underwhelming for me at the time because I don't know, because it almost felt like there was what pissed me off. I remember now, like what pissed me off is the piece of cloth that was there. They were talking about cool, so much. Yeah, it was cool, but it never came into the game. Like it was still everything is yet. No, man. Like we're talking about like
of course it is.
Citizencon,
get used to that,
from
man.
back in the days, and nothing makes it into the game, and we're like yet. Okay, I don't know. Okay, what about ships? So there's almost certainly we should expect some.
There's usually a big ship and a small ship.
As like concept art or straight to flyable,
yes.
or
lately they've started doing some stuff straight to flyable. Like 2018, the Valkyrie was straight to flyable.
So what was 2019?
Trying to remember.
Shit, I know that they were talking about like these 3 ships that slowly but surely made it in, right? So one was Nomad, one was Talon, and then we're still
the
missing
Talon
one.
Was something they did in the Talon. Yeah, that was in a panel where they basically did like a vote for the community, like which ship do you guys, would you guys want to see?
Yeah.
And the Talon Light Fighter or the Tavaran Light Fighter was upvoted, and that was
but the other 2 ships there, one was Refinery and the other one was, I think, what ended up being Nomad,
alien
right?
cargo ship. No, the alien cargo ship.
Oh, that was Gian or something.
Raylan, yeah, the Raylan, which just.
Oh yeah, Raylan. It just. Oh, I never connected it. That's what it is. Just it's the same scale as Talon because it's like a splash image, but actually that's what it is.
Exactly. Yeah.
True. Yeah. I never thought about that.
I think that was the Nomad in. I can't remember, but I can't remember what one was straight to fly.
No, the third one was Refinery, right?
Yeah, but like the ones that actually came out on 2019 Citizencon, I don't remember. Carrick might have been. Carrick, I think, was supposed to be their drop for Citizencon, but it missed and it came later in a .1 patch. Okay. But yeah, they usually release a ship, but I'm
assuming
sale. No,
sale for everything, right? All the ships are going to go on sale.
Citizencon corresponds with the IAE.
Okay.
So like the IAE is basically going on roughly the same time as Citizencon. So like all the ships are available. Like I said, there's usually like 1 or 2 ships that they drop.
Oh yeah, and we get something like in-game areas, in-game Citizencon as well, which is IAE, right? The whole event.
Yeah, they don't really technically overlap. Like they haven't actually connected them, but like they're usually happening, if I remember correctly, roughly at the same time.
What they should do is have live stream inside that IAE arena.
Everybody says that. Everybody says like they should be doing it. They should be connecting it in game and stuff like that. And like I think that's probably inevitable. I think that probably will end up happening. But as of right now, no, they're 2 separate things.
That's okay.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm kind of glad that they kept it. One time they tried to do Citizencon. I think this was the time where they backed away from doing the paid digital Citizencon, and they were going to try to stream it directly from Spectrum from their website. You can imagine how well that went. They didn't want to use Twitch.
Oh my god.
And
YouTube, right?
And like they basically got their stuff live on their website, and it immediately exploded.
Dude, I really hope their audio like tech team can do better than Jared and his.
You watched the YouTube videos. The audio's.
It was better.
The audio's.
Yeah. But now I'm afraid because like you would think they get better and better with this, but they don't. They get worse and worse.
Well, the audio. I don't think it's CIG technically that handles their audio.
Very good.
Sorta. Sometimes it actually sucked. Like there was times where like you could tell the crew that was running their audio couldn't tell whose mic they were supposed to be like focusing on. So like sometimes they would like drop Chris's mic and he'd like be trying to talk and then they'd turn his mic back on and it would be like halfway through a sentence. And yeah, because I'm pretty sure they get like a anyways, like a company to handle it. But yeah.
And when is it happening actually? Like when do we have this?
It's October usually. I can't remember exactly the dates, but I think it's on the website. But yeah. I don't know. I like Citizencon a lot, especially because I really enjoy the panels. I love seeing what they're working on, even if it's stuff that I don't see for fucking, potentially.
I think
I still haven't seen, but like it's really cool to see the devs who are working on it be stoked about it and stoked to show it. You know what I mean?
It adds some kind of a spark to like community and content creators and all that, because I'm sure like if I can,
hype you'll ever see in the Star Citizen community is after a Citizencon, without fail.
Well, what if they release server meshing in a patch that is not Citizencon? You'll see more hype there or something like that.
Maybe. But that, like, historically, like to date, basically the times where the like most of the media attention is where everybody's like feeling just like super stoked and positive is usually right after a Citizencon.
Okay, let's make a little prediction game for this one.
Okay.
So what do you think will be the biggest thing that happens in this Citizencon?
Well, I mean, the easy low-hanging fruit there is a jump point to Pyro.
We had that already.
Yes, but something more, because all we basically saw was them go through to Pyro, and that's it. That was the end of the demo.
So what do you think? They're gonna do the same thing again and then fly around Pyro?
Yes, yeah.
Or are you saying they're gonna say, okay, now you can fly to Pyro?
Oh, I would love that, but I'm not holding my breath for that.
Yeah, but like this is, like if we're not putting money on it. It's like if you're right, you get bragging rights.
Well,
so is that your call? Because I have mine, but you gotta try something. It probably will not happen.
The reason I say this is low-hanging fruit because they even said it in the Citizencon announcement. It's out of this solar system or whatever, right? So like
maybe
I think maybe I just think that's what the keynote's going to be. Basically, is them flying around a different.
They removed Delamar and it did not really help this system, but they could have used it for an escape route to not really lead people into believing that they're maybe working on Nyx, and now maybe we can have another jump point that goes to Nyx.
Sure, I wouldn't be surprised at that.
Banu Merchantman.
Wait, Merchantman like post fee?
Yeah, they're not going to. They're not going to show you that, right? They're not going to show you that if they're going to use it for.
No, they're not going to. That's not till Q1 2022.
Okay, so do you think anyone would be pissed off if they released Banu Merchantman for the show?
No, of course not. No,
that's
everybody
what I'm saying.
loved
So that
or to see like updates on it or something like that. Sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you right now what I think is gonna happen. One thing that I'm predicting, okay, is salvaging is actually ready. Of course, this is one of those where I'm probably going to be wrong, right? But
yeah,
that's gonna be my prediction.
Salvaging.
But then one that I wouldn't be surprised is and this would actually blow everyone's mind. And I think and let's not forget, the drought is still fucking real. It's so real that we got used to it. Nothing is fucking happening in this game for like a year and a half now.
2 years.
So they really need something big. I hate my camera so much. And New World server meshing in game.
That
you call it static or whatever the fuck, like, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Like, well, I mean, I could see that because like we've already gone over the release view and like shown all the work that's finishing up conveniently right before Citizencon. But
and at the time New World is coming out,
I still think that it's. I still am just gonna. I don't think we'll be able to go to Pyro. I think the keynote they will go to Pyro or to Nyx, one of these other systems. But I don't think we'll get that for Citizen. I hope I'm wrong. But
when I say server meshing, I really hope like they don't. it doesn't have to be a new system. I just feel like maybe within Stanton we can have mashed more people and ships and maybe potentially NPCs flying around and whatnot. So that'd be cool.
This is where I think I would be a little bit salty if I found out that they held their like some server meshing back for Citizencon, because if I'm not mistaken,
it's not for Citizencon. Like if it is what I think it is, they probably would not be allowed to do it before New World releases, because they certainly have NDAs between themselves if they're working together.
Hey, but the Q3 patch drops end of September, supposedly, right? So that's before Citizencon.
Okay.
And if I found out that they basically had their server meshing tech ready for that, for, you know, their September Q3 patch or whatever, and then they held it back until Citizencon,
really, that would bum you?
be kind of bad. Yeah, because it's like
really?
you're holding back a key piece of tech, you know, that could drastically improve the experience. I mean, I guess it's only a few days potentially.
I was going to say, like, you're waiting for this for years, and now even a month or two would make a difference for you.
Well, just don't like it's more the principle of the thing, you know. Like, it's ready to go. You could have dropped it in the patch, but instead you waited until maximum hype. Like, that would bug me. Yes.
Okay, let's YOLO another one.
I wouldn't quit the game, but, like, you know, it would bug me because it just says
so
something.
Overwhelmed that you will forget about this. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
Like, if something that big dropped on the game.
Probably.
Let's say another one, so that if we are right, we can say, haha, we told you so. The jump point within Stanton system. We talked about this already. Some other content creators mentioned this possibility as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something I think they could do, because they were working on jump points for a while, and then if they can implement one within, like from Microtech to maybe Crusader or something like that, you know, and then we can play with that technology and test it as a wormhole. I think that would be something that they could not easily, but something that could technically, like, that could happen. Let's put that. Yeah. So do you have any other ideas that could, like, happen like that?
I don't know. I think this is it. Like, it's funny too, because, like, I've been on Captain's Table a few times, like, before Citizencon, and, like, this tends to be kind of like what the topics are. It's like, what are your predictions? And it's like, I just, at this point, I don't make predictions. Like,
but
just,
it's
like,
how you look at it. Like, you're not, like, trying to figure out. It's more like a funny thing where you're gonna be wrong.
Yeah, I like, it's just mainly that I, like, my brain doesn't even go there, right? Like, I don't even, like, for me, it's like I just wait for Citizencon and I experience it kind of there. I don't go into it with any expectations, because you're always wrong. You're always wrong.
Yeah. Well,
you know?
no, I don't like. This literally is a thing of a moment for me, where I agree with you. Of course, I don't want to even like bother, you know, trying to figure out what's gonna happen, especially in a project like Star Citizen. It was just more of a silly thing for me. That's all.
Oh, here's the thing. Theaters of War.
No. That's
you're talking about, like, server meshing and going to a different star system, and there you go. That's, like, I agree with you. I'm like, you know, I frankly, Theaters of War right now I've completely written off. It's like if it ever comes out, fine, I guess. But I
have a theory on Theaters of War.
It would not surprise me to see them roll out Theaters of War, rather, at the very least, in like a limited kind of a testing environment or something like that again, because they did that in 2019, right? Like, they had Theaters of War running on all their local PCs.
I know
people could go and play it and get a taste for it and stuff like that, right?
My theory on Theaters of War is that they've sold this project to another studio and it's going to be a standalone game. It's the same way you're laughing about it, but I'm telling you, I'm serious about this.
I said yeah, and I was kind of like agreeing.
Oh, okay.
I just don't care,
because I feel like, you know, the whole idea of making another game to fund your big project, as in, even though Squadron 42 technically might be a bigger game than Star Citizen, But the idea of like making money on Squadron and then finishing Star Citizen, if they have this idea, they can also think about it the way we can have a free game where we can earn money through microtransactions. Let another studio finish it. What's the name of the studio that they were cooperating with?
Right, I think.
Yeah, that they were hiding for some fucking reason that I get pissed off every time I think about it. And yeah, so I feel like that's gonna be Fire Sprite or Fire shit. Their release, not CIG.
I would be utterly shocked if we didn't see something about Theaters War at Citizencon.
If I'm wrong, we might see something. You know what we're gonna see? We're gonna hear something.
Like a panel? Yeah, like
we're
they'll
gonna
do a
see
panel
two
on
screenshots. No, splashes, like just like this is Star Citizen. It's gonna be like this is Theaters of War, and then they're gonna play like clips from Fortnite or something. And like a splash image or something that is not really a screenshot or whatever. I don't know, man. And to be clear, I don't even mind this. Like, I don't care if you're gonna make money like this, and if some other studio is gonna finish it for you, and it still feels Star Citizen. You know, it's the same assets, it's the same physics. It's you know, I don't care. Do it. I don't give a shit. Make it free. Let people come in and experience, you know, a couple of things. Spend money on microtransactions and then make more ships.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else you want to add about Citizencon?
No, I guess that's it. Like, keynote will be in Pyro or another solar system.
I kind of feel Nyx, man. I don't know.
Why? Like, give me that. And I'm not saying this like
no, I know what you're saying.
You. I mean, I think
just
it
feels
could
like
be.
If this happened, if you start watching the keynote and you see Nyx and them flying towards New Delamar, you know, like fixed and all that, and then it would be like 2 and 2 together. You know, like, oh, that's why they removed it, you know, and that's why they couldn't really say what's happening, because the fact is they removed it and it did not help fucking FPS or anything.
Yeah,
desync, nothing. The only thing that when they removed it, they also lowered the player count so that it can feel like it's better, right? But in reality, it never changed anything.
What if they just like blew us both away and just like, surprise, here's Nyx and Pyro and it's live.
And 3 more systems and Star Citizen is ready. Let's go. If you already purchased New World, you have 20% off your next ship.
I'd take advantage of that shit.
Damn right, I would as well. Yeah. But yeah, I can see that. I can also see
like
keynote being not related to another system at all.
This something that's not really related to the event, but one of the other reasons that I do want to like actually attend a Citizencon one of these days is that like I constantly kind of hear stories talking to people who go there, and they talk about just like how cool it is to be, you know, in the crowds and like interacting with people who you maybe have only ever seen kind of, you know, like, or you know, on a screen or, you know, YouTube, like, you know, just like hearing about the camaraderie and the bonds that kind of the friendships that kind of form there and stuff like that. Like, I'm not really a con person for the most part, but that one sounded cool. So I think at some point I probably will go to a
you can purge the merch like in just like you pay and you actually get it. It's not delayed.
Well, there's that, yeah. Though to be fair, the 2019 merch was like just like stupidly overpriced and not very good. But,
no way.
Yeah, I know, it's hard to believe. Yeah.
By the way, our last recording, Maso dressed up in a beautiful shirt.
Yeah.
That is one of my modes, and forgot to show it to you guys.
Yeah. Now I'm actually wearing a Star Citizen shirt. Oh, it doesn't show.
I don't have any Star Citizen merch, but maybe.
A buddy of mine got it for me for Christmas.
That's cool. Okay, so yeah, I agree. Do you think like these and this is something where was that? I was about to mention that, but I did not add it in the news or whatever. There was actually on that kind of note, there was the first post-COVID, well, not post-COVID as in like COVID is over, but like since the COVID situation, there was the first physical bar citizen happening in Ohio. And man, it's weird and strange, but at the same time, it's so cool to see people hanging out and playing Star Citizen, man. Like in real life, like being there in the same room and all that. And I'm super happy that they did it. But I wonder if like that also gives you the same. It cannot be like being part of it. I think it's like you meeting someone. This is something I really miss in my life, where I've visited all these crazy locations, but I'm not really able to. I'm not living with another person who also did it, so that we can like share this moment or whatever memory together. And I think this is what it is. Like you've been there, That's that when let's say two of us were in this year's Citizencon, and like 3 years later, it's like, remember like when Chris did that on stage, and sharing these little moments of a big event like that. I think that's what these conventions are for people who are following some projects for a long time. So OSRS or Final Fantasy, Blizzard games, like very very focused community kind of. So yeah, I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
Well, no, I agree.
That's
with
really all I have to say about it.
That's cool.
Yeah, just one of these days, especially like if it's closer to me and it's not like a crazy flight, then it's something I can kind of like potentially kind of budget for and not, bankrupt myself. Like basically, I don't think there's any situations where I'll ever find myself going over to like the Europe Citizen Cons. Unless I like tied it into like a vacation or whatever.
But would you really want to do that? Like,
maybe there are a couple people who have done that, basically, where they like they either like start their trip somewhere else and then like end it with Citizencon, or start with Citizencon and then tour a little bit before heading home and stuff like that. But
I don't think I will ever be on any of these, because it's just like being from Serbia is so difficult to just get anywhere. I was invited to TwitchCon as a partner, and then additionally by Bethesda as their partner, and then I was denied visa, and I don't think but I would like you to get to one of these.
So that's a hurdle I don't have to jump through. It's just a question of like I said, justifying the expense.
Orchid was about to go to that Citizencon where they announced like Microtech and all that shit.
Oh yeah.
And then something happened and he never went. But I was excited because I could talk to him about it. Like it's different. Yeah, Board Gamer was there and he talks about it, but it's not the same as like, we do the podcast together, you and me, for example. And if you were there, like it's so different, because I understand like more how you feel about things and whatnot. Yeah. Cool. Well, I'm excited about it. Overall, I'm excited about it. Like,
just be prepared for some cringe and definitely manage your expectations. I don't have to tell you that. With
I think this time
but
I will use it as content, kind of. Pretty sure I'm gonna stream. After a lot of it as well.
That's another thing I didn't really touch on, but like a lot of content creators and streamers kind of do
watch-alongs,
like watch parties and stuff like that. And
I think you're not allowed, but since it's free,
if you're not allowed, then they definitely don't enforce it very well, because like Vertigo was doing a stream. I think Meyer was doing a stream.
You can get their permission for it, but like you can't just randomly go and do it.
I'm pretty sure it was open to anybody, but
maybe
I don't know. It's tough to say. At any rate, it was just kind of fun to pop in to Vertigo's channel like for a specific panel or whatever, and just kind of like kind of bullshit and talk in that chat,
Yeah,
and then
exactly. Yeah.
jump over to Myers and same thing, and that's kind of fun too. That is definitely an aspect of
You
Citizen
nomad.
but
You start citizen nomad.
yeah, I have no loyalty.
Okay, let's hop over to the next segment, which is Imagination Station. And the topic that is brought to us by community, which is how will death of a spaceman affect PvP, if it will, and of course it will.
Yes, I mean, like, but specifically the topic was, will it strangle PvP?
Yes.
Insofar as, like, will that fear of death be enough to, like, keep people away, or or make people think twice about PvPing to a point where it just doesn't happen anymore? I think was like the intention. Before
we start talking about this, I need to underline the fact that this is Imagination Station.
Yes, yeah.
Because if we are going to be realistic, no one knows, right? No one knows how it will be implemented. We just have ideas. No one knows if it will affect PvP or not. No one even knows if we're going to have a PvP in the game or not. Like, it's I mean, that's a stretch, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, we don't really know things.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, though. Like, we don't know that. We know that the intention is for there to be PvP in the game, but who knows what could happen? You know what I mean? Like,
now the other thing that I want to bring here is that I'm going to compare this to it and draw conclusions from at least 2 other games that lean heavily on PvP and have some sort of a consequence.
Yeah.
Like, first game is EVE Online, which is technically, it's not really a full loot upon that, but it is loot upon that.
Yeah,
and
you definitely lose your shit.
Everything. You lose everything. You have an option to get some money back when you lose it, but that's about it. Like, you literally have to think about, whenever you undock, you're like, I undocked, I can lose this shit. Okay.
Yeah.
And we're gonna go deeper into how that affected PvP there, if it did, from my perspective. The other game is New World. Sorry. Let me just, like, briefly go over it.
I was just gonna ask a question, but yeah.
We'll get back to it. So the New World did it it's a very elegant way, which blew my mind. It was supposed to be the same system, full loot, all that shebang, at like a year ago, and they present their alpha, but then they've changed it because it's probably because it kicked a lot of people out of it who would play PvE, or just everyone was afraid to do anything. So they went with the idea of, like, you can just mark yourself for PvP, you get 5% more experience, you get certain missions unlocked when you do it, which affect your faction standing of certain territory you do them in. And if you get killed while on one of these missions, they reset, so you fail them, basically. So what it means is, like, you get 3 missions, you go to do them, and if you did 1, 2, or all 3, someone or something kills you, you've lost your whole progression, which is like maybe an hour or so of your gameplay. But that's it. And a little bit of durability in your items, but that's it, right? So it still affects the world and everything, but it makes it so that people are still, the price is not high enough for you not to participate in it.
Yeah, but it's high enough that you definitely don't want to die.
Yes, yeah. You're gonna, like, be, whenever I flag myself for PvP, and I do, like, probably about 40-50% of the time I'm flagged, you're like looking like across your shoulder and all that, is like, oh shit, is that, oh god, there's a bear, I don't want to die to a bear, oh no, there's another player, so yeah. So yeah, go for it.
Okay. I was gonna say, like, Elite, I haven't played Elite, but Elite isn't full loot or anything, but it is such that like if you die, you lose that ship, right? Like it's
There is
you have
insurance in Elite. Yes, yeah, you gotta insure your ship, yeah. And if you don't, you get, what's the name? Sidewinder. If you lose your ship and you don't have another one, you get spawned in a Sidewinder, which is very similar to EVE Online actually. But I see the problem with Elite is that you don't like we talked with Dave about this. You don't really share this universe with a lot of people. So I mean, you can get attacked, but
right. But
in
for the
Eve,
most
you
part, it
undock,
doesn't.
you see reds, man. It's like, "Ooh, get back!" It's like.
What about I suppose, and again, like this isn't MMOs or whatever, but there are games out there that are survival, full loot, you know,
Mhm.
and you know, PvP happens in them quite a bit. I think if anything, that would be, I don't know, like let's use like Rust, Valheim, like these kind of more survival games are potentially PvP, and you can lose everything, but PvP does still occur in them. But I guess like where I'm coming from with that angle is like, are those good examples of games that are PvP, but you know, but death of a spaceman essentially, insofar as like when you die, it's a big deal because you lose everything.
Well, here's the thing.
Or is that
it's more of a big deal in Star Citizen, right? Because let's take Valheim for example, where you're gonna grind something and whatever you have on you, if you die, you respawn. No damage is done to your body, and you can technically go there and retrieve what you've lost, right?
Yeah, which is the same in Star Citizen.
Except for you have limited amount of deaths, and it's an MMO, so it's not like you choose who you're gonna join into your session and all that. So it's like, imagine like you're playing EVE Online or World of Warcraft, and every time you die, essentially like after 5 deaths, your level 60 character is gone.
Yeah, but ultimately, but that's the thing though, like in Star Citizen, you're not gone. You just basically have to pay a death tax, so you lose a percentage of your wealth and you lose a percentage of your rep.
Mathematically, yes, but
time.
But there are people like me who I still play the same. Well, I don't play World of Warcraft anymore, but after recent events, but I was still playing my vanilla character, and even though I'm not the happiest person about its name and everything, it's still my 2004 dwarf paladin, and I am emotionally connected to my character. So in Star Citizen, we're going to be able, like when we die, we create a new character, and then something carries over to that character and whatnot, right? But you do lose that character, like the character that you were playing after some point is dead, gone, right?
Yes, insofar as like, you know, like your name, but that, from what I understand anyways, like that's the extent of it with Star Citizen, is like, you know, like you lose the name, but ultimately you're still the same character. Can
you imagine how annoying it will be, like your name has been taken? Like when everyone has to come up with a new name every fucking time they die.
Yeah, but this is a thing. Like, okay, so in Star Citizen, you have your call sign as well as your form name or whatever. So I could see it so that your call sign, you know, and maybe your character's last name or whatever are the unique names, but like when you die, those stay the same, and you just have to come up with a first name, which can literally be anything.
I would hate that. I'm gonna tell you right now. I know some people don't give a shit about this, but to me, that's fucking. Like on my take on this. I like the idea of death of a spaceman, in a way, and punishment for death and all that. But at the same time, I really wish they went with some kind of cloning idea more than you know, like they get the same consequences and everything, but let me fucking keep my character. Like I have a connection with my characters. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. I don't really care personally.
Like, I know you don't.
I think that's it. Like for me, it's like, you know, essentially the mechanical aspects of Death of a Spaceman punish you materially and time wise, and to me that's the thing that matters more than the character. It's the character's name itself, you know,
It's so
especially
silly.
if
We have such a
especially if
different look at this.
yeah, well, yeah, it's, I mean, again, like, this is just a personal thing, right? Like, it's just personal preference.
Because I'm like, I'll just grind it again, you know.
Yeah, and see, I'm the opposite. I'm just like, the thought of losing the time is what makes me go, ugh, you know, like. But like, I've warmed up to the idea a little bit more after playing Valheim and other survival games and stuff like that. But like, if you'd have talked to me, I don't know, like when I was playing WoW or something like that, and basically talked to me about like a permadeath solution, I'd have basically been like, fuck no, you know, like,
okay,
not into it. You know, I don't want to lose that much of my life, essentially.
Maybe the reason I feel different is because like even Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 and Diablo 3, I always play on hardcore difficult mode. That's not difficulty mode.
Yeah.
Where if you die, it's
Yeah.
over. You gotta start over, and it just gives a completely different feel to the game. Some people are immediately like, "Hey, you imbecile! Like, why are you doing this?" You know. But my answer to them is like, you just don't get it. You gotta try doing it, and then you'll figure out why. Because it's a free adrenaline injection every time you almost die in the game.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I am now. Like, to be honest, like you know, like the more I've kind of played those survival games, yeah, okay, dying sucks because, you know, especially like I'll use Valheim because it's the one I played most recently. Yeah, but you die, you lose all that shit, and you lose like a bunch of your skills that you've basically leveled up as well. So you lose that training and that time that you've put into like leveling up different weapon skills and stuff like that as well, on top of any physical things that you've lost and now have to go retrieve, and potentially can't retrieve for you know, however long it takes you to basically scrounge together the shit to be able to actually go and do that, right? But but
everything matters
that's
more.
From a PvE, that's from a PvE perspective. Like,
everything you do, if there's this consequence, matters more and has more value. Everything you do, everything you succeed in doing is like you set up an idea and you accomplish this idea. If it's a game where there's no consequence, yeah, it gives you a little bit, you know, that good feeling, like, or a reward and whatnot. But if there is a consequence, every achievement you accomplish feels so much more important and feels so much better. But to get back to the topic, like, would this kill PvP as like in general? No, it cannot.
Yeah, I don't think it will,
because there will always be people who don't give a shit about anything else but just PvP. So in an MMO, like, unless you do it like New World, where people can turn it off, which I don't think they're aiming for that. If you have to be flagged for PvP at all times, there will always be Space Cutlet. There will always be Noodle. And you will always expose yourself to potential death. Now, this is scary because a lot of people will realize that they've been back in a project that they simply cannot enjoy. They're forced into something that does not feel good. And therefore, I feel like there can be two solutions to this. Either give these people an option to not participate in PvP, or some kind of like a safe space or something, which will always become not big enough.
The reason I don't
the other one is just people just get butthurt, like, stop playing.
I honestly, I think people who really don't like the idea of permadeath will, I don't think it's PvP that's going to I don't think it's the PvP aspect that's going to turn them away from the game, frankly. Like, I mean, Like the permadeath exists whether or not, PvP is an aspect, right? So like I feel like the people who are going to shy away from PvP in light of the permadeath are probably ones who will be turned off by permadeath in general when they're actually playing the game and potentially getting killed by NPCs too, and having the same consequences.
I think you're very wrong, actually.
Why?
Based on experience. So you play Valheim, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you playing on public servers where someone can kill you?
No.
But you still ended up enjoying it, right? You know why? Because you kill in PvE environment and you learn something, and then you can overcome it. Like you can get over prepared for anything and potentially become good enough to not die, or play in a way where even if you die, you can kind of predict where you can die. Like, so you can risk less or be ready to die because you know what the game has. Because in the end, it's just ones and zeros, right? So, but then you can always, like in Eve, I can never die to a PvE encounter. I always have an escape plan. There's literally nothing that I would, only if I want to prove to someone that something can kill me, I will sit in a ship and go and unlock some anomaly, or go into a tier 5 mission in a tier 1 ship and then not have enough time to escape. But if a player shows up, I never know the end of that encounter, if I'm gonna die or not. So when player shows up, I don't know their loadout, I don't know their skill, I don't know their intention. If I shoot first, I have an advantage of maybe killing them before they kill me, but if I don't shoot, maybe they don't shoot, maybe we just met there. The PvP aspect is so unpredictable that
I get that, but
that people, even if they don't think so, this will change a lot of players' opinion that don't have this experience.
I suppose I'm focusing on the wrong area in this case. I'm focusing basically on the fact that I think players will either love, basically the permadeath aspect will either draw people to the game or chase them away, and the PvP is just, an additional potential risk, in that scenario. I think the other thing, and I'm gonna tangent, I don't know, I guess this is still pretty on topic. Right now, nobody ejects. You fight until you explode. You know what I mean? And that, like,
yeah, but because what happens when you eject?
Well, that's the thing. Like, but what I'm saying is, like, long term, like, will permadeath kill PvP? Well, I don't think it will, because I think that, like, people are potentially overestimating how common actually being killed, is going to be.
What prevents me from killing you when you eject?
Severe reputation hits, supposedly. There's going to be people who are going to do that for sure.
And then does it matter that to you that they will get punished for it?
Well, it's basically going to, well, no, I mean, at the time, sure, but again, like, I think, like, if the repercussions for pod killing are so extreme, basically, that if you continue to do it, you get to a point where the game is basically unplayable because it's like ultra hard mode and you basically aren't allowed without getting shot at. I just think it'll be a more uncommon experience.
No way. And I told you this already, but you don't like the idea, so you put it on the side. I am Joe Schmo, and I play on my account, and I have billions. And then I make a new account, and I buy a ship with my main account, and I go and kill you with my alt account. I don't care about that account. I don't care about losing anything on it.
Well, except you had to buy the game, so it's $45.
I have so much money, bro. I don't even care. Also, it's my content. It's my content. My stream pays for it.
I'm not talking. Okay, sure. But
Here's the
how
thing.
common are those people going to be
Common
realistically?
enough that there's a constant threat. So for me personally, by the way, there was devil's advocate there, but like for me personally, I embrace this. I don't care. I played EVE Online for such a long time. I know how it goes. I know at the times I just go and mine in like the highest sec possible, and I make in real life money like $1 per 3 days or whatever. But then sometimes someone comes and fucking kills me because they can. And every time that happens, it's fucking annoying because I have to go back and I have to buy all the parts and then assemble a ship again and then go and do, you know, something that does not give me anything in return. It's just something that I do when I'm doing, you know, watching Netflix or whatever. But it happens. And some people quit over this. And a lot of people quit over this. There's a reason why EVE Online has very, very limited player base, that over this many years, like people who stay there, they stay there, you know, because this does not bother them. But I'll tell you right now, like majority of EVE Online players are not playing the game anymore.
But
as in like someone who tried the game, experienced this once and were like, fuck this.
Yeah, but does PvP still happen in EVE? Of course it does.
All the time.
So does permadeath strangle PvP? No,
it doesn't. That's what I said. It cannot.
Well, that's what I mean, right?
Like, it can only die if you don't have any more players at all.
Those scenarios that happen because somebody gets, you know, stomped by a player who doesn't give a fuck are uncommon enough that PvP still exists in that game.
No. Your logic is flawed.
But it's the truth. It didn't strangle PvP because
No, the reason it did not strangle PvP is because the people who are there, they are prepared for a loss. But the difference is, that's like maybe 3-4% of the people that try the game. That's what I'm saying. So it kills people.
Think, like, well, but again, like the issue there, in my opinion, isn't that PvP happens. It's that the people who are basically alt F4ing and never going back over this have a problem with the concept of permadeath in general.
Sure.
And if they were out there and were mining and got jumped by an NPC or something and got destroyed, you know, like if they're the type of person who's going to be angry about that potential loss, it's not the PvP that's going to drive them away from the game necessarily. It's going to be the fact that they died and lost everything and don't like that.
You don't want to intake my knowledge. It's not, because that you lose your shit once, you lose it twice, and you never lose it the same way again. So every time you lose it to an NPC, you learn something new. To learn something new in PvP encounter, you have to embrace it. So you have to deliberately go and lose shit, lose battles to get better at it, right? Mm-hmm. It's very difficult when the consequence is losing everything you have on you, right? So basically what happens, like people who want to play PvP, and not everyone wants to PvP in EVE, trust me, like a lot of people don't. They're just ready to lose shit to PvP.
Right.
They have that mindset, but majority of people in EVE don't want to play PvP. Like majority of people in EVE want to avoid PvP. But if there was no PvP, they wouldn't play the game probably. But you know, it's just a different skill. People who do want to play PvP in EVE, they start with small ships that are disposable, and they're gonna go in and they're gonna like thousands of deaths until they figure out how to survive that encounter, and then slowly get to the bigger and bigger ships so that they can, you know, there's less chance of that they're gonna earn more than they lose. It's a very calculated risk and all that. But then again, EVE Online is a game where everyone is using spreadsheets, where it's a very specific kind of a player that can play EVE Online, and it's not a secret. Everyone knows about this, and this is why EVE Online has very, very limited player base. The big problem here is EVE Online was made by CCP, right? So someone invested their money into their own idea to make a game where they earn money by subscription and, you know, whatever, microtransactions. Star Citizen is funded by a lot of people who wouldn't play EVE Online.
Hey, but again, like I feel like it's those people who are in for a rude awakening when permadeath comes in, and I still think like PvP will be a factor, but you know
what I think on like honestly, they will change this.
What, the whole permanent death thing and like losing everything that's on you and stuff like that?
The way it happens, like PvE, part of it might stay, but PvP might not. Like either flagging or like there's gonna be like 3 systems in which PvP is allowed for those who want a PvP,
or basically just like, even if it's not 3, if it's just basically places without security. That's
but these will be like super uncommon,
because that to me seems more likely than the PvP aspect, or sorry, the death of a spaceman aspect affecting PvP. Well, no, it'll definitely affect PvP, obviously. Yeah. But because, and that's the thing, like on paper, I like the idea that you have to think whether or not you want to even get in this engagement. You know what I mean?
Love this. It's frustrating, but no, like huge. And even you who are listening and think you want this, you might not have stomach for this, because here's a scenario, right? I buy an Orca, which is a super expensive ship in EVE Online, and I fill it with like bunch of shit in the main station. Jita, like, so think about it like Port Olisar is a no combat zone, and you have your Banu merchantman filled with everything, and you're just gonna go from Port Olisar to Orison. It's like
short jump,
high security, like no risk. I go out, 2 fucking Titans jump in, or whatever the fuck, carriers. They're fighting their own war. I belong to an alliance. Not even that, they destroy my ship in like split second. It's gone. Months. Just gone. An unlucky coincidence. And I don't think any other game can pull it off like EVE can. I think personally, and I will not support this because I don't want this to happen, but I firmly believe that there's a big possibility that PvP will be like turned off. Wherever there's like security, you will not be able to kill someone, or to a point where like death of a spaceman works only in PvE. So if someone actually kills you, that does not apply. Where it would be gross. It would make no sense, but
it would go against
from griefing. I know
what CR has said that his intentions for this are, right? Like,
but this is like the money call, right? So do you want to lose a lot of money at the beginning, or do you want to lose?
Do you want to
10 times more money upon realization, right?
Do you want to relegate your player base to the size of EVE?
Oh, much less.
Or do you want to allow for your player base to be the size of WoW? Like I'll just throw that as like the high end. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you start kind of like sticking to your guns on these kind of more hardcore mechanics, and you do cut down on the people who are going to play your game.
Yeah.
And the people who are going to continue playing. Because again, like I think a lot of the people, I think you're right in saying that a lot of the people would play the game and would be like, oh, it's cool. I love how, the consequences are there and stuff like that, until it happens to them.
3 times in a row. And
and like you said, I mean,
to the beginning,
you lost a month of your reputation because you
Here are 2 things. One, every
died.
Very successful MMO, PvP is just optional, right? There's no, except for EVE, there's no other MMO where PvP is not an option.
I haven't played Guild Wars, but isn't Guild Wars like fully PvP?
No one can attack you, just like in Elder Scrolls Online. Only if you go into PvP zone.
Okay.
Right. It's funny. World of Warcraft is the most brutal, because if you're on PvP server, well, now with flagging, no, but like even like there's no more PP servers, but like until that, if you were on PP servers, there's no going back, like you're kind of flagged in most of the areas, and someone can just kill you. And thinking that World of Warcraft was the most brutal PvP experience just opens your eyes in a way. And in Final Fantasy, no one can kill you. In 14, in EVE Online, in Guild Wars, no one can kill you. In Elder Scrolls Online, no one can. There's no open world PvP. There's just not a thing. And these are the most successful MMOs.
And then on top of that, even if they did kill you, it doesn't mean anything. You just resurrect.
But
you don't use anything.
Just the idea of that being frustrating is enough for games to not go that way, and most of the games. And then EVE Online has this brutality, but then EVE Online is not a skill game. EVE Online is purely game of knowledge. EVE Online is 7D chess, right? Where you don't fly your ship. You right click, orbit this many meters, use these 3 guns that automatically shoot. There's no skill involved. EVE has 0 skill. You can play EVE with one hand from your bed and be the best player in the world. It just does not exist. It's just not made like that. In Star Citizen, you have to fly your ship. You might even need multiple people to fly your ship. And then imagine how more taxing emotionally, mentally this is. And in the end, we were playing a game where you came from work, you tucked your kid, which is, majority of Star Citizen players are mature. And then you go in to play a game and you lose everything you've had, including your character's name and everything. So it's a great idea, but if I am being fully honest, even though I really, really want this, I want this, and most of EVE Online players want this, I don't see it happening, man. So in a way, I feel like either PvP will kill Death of a Spaceman, or Death of a Spaceman will kill PvP. Not hinder it, just kill it.
I think one of the other things that really is going to determine that'll really determine this is the level of like how effective are the systems that like protect in your high frequency your higher zones. And I know it's the same in EVE, and like if somebody stomps you in a secure zone, they're probably going to die
in moments.
Yeah,
but after
and
I
realize that there are people who are going to do that anyways, or going to try to, but like
there's only one flaw with this. It's like in real life. If someone kills you and they go to jail, you're dead. If someone kills someone you care for,
well, technically you lose one of your lives, but
but no, I know, but I'm not like if I'm talking about real life. Like if someone kills someone you care for, and then they end up with a consequence, do you really care? Because that's not gonna bring that person back. I mean, we humans care, but it doesn't make things better for you personally. You've lost that person. So what I'm trying to say here, the consequence matters only for the aggressor.
It's not necessarily the consequence I'm talking about here, though. What I'm talking about is, okay, so you are a wanted criminal because you have gone around basically murdering and carving a path of destruction, and you decide that you're going to go try to gank a noob in Stanton. Let's just use Stanton as an example. So you go through the jump gate, and you somehow have to remain undetected by whatever's waiting on the other side of that jump gate. And then you have to travel to a place where you think a noob might be and not get interdicted by the various security forces that are there, and the quanta system that is going to constantly, given your level of security violation, crime stat, whatever, going to be throwing obstacles in your way. So, like,
Maso,
and so it means you have to fight your way through that or escape from that.
Maybe, but maybe you just have to find a way around it. Whereas like
that's what I'm saying, right?
Someone flies you through the jump gate, and then they get attacked, you eject, and then you come with your alt account, and again, alt account. You don't have to be a criminal. You don't have to be a criminal, dude.
Yeah, but again, like that's a one-time thing. So somebody has to spend real money on this alt account to buy an account. Then you have to transferring the funds, buying them a ship, getting them equipped. That's whatever. If you've got a rich main account, it's no big deal. But okay, so you get to be a shit stain with that character. What? Let's say a handful of times before that character is essentially useless to that. If the systems are good enough at throwing shit in your way.
How? So let's say, okay, let me give you a scenario. So I have, and let's face it. Right now, I'm from Serbia, and I'm fairly poor person, as both of us know. And my account is about $500 now. So this is 20 starter accounts. No. It's 10, 11 starter accounts, 12, whatever. Right? With that's what it is. It's $45 his account.
Sure. Yeah.
So I can have 10 accounts, where one account is what I play on, and I'm not doing stupid shit, right? Then I have 9 more accounts where I can grief people. And what this means is I kill you and I get sent to jail. And what can be the worst like possible consequence? A month in jail, okay, for killing a noob. But they're not going to do that. Because if someone does it not knowingly, does that mean that they have their character stuck in jail for a month with like permanent reputation issues and all that? No, it has to fall off at some point. But that means that I have 9 more, and then every month I can
have 9
this.
more though. Like you might be able to do that if you manage to melt. Like for example, here's the other thing. Like when the game is released, you're not going to be able to just melt your ships and throw shit around anymore. They flat out said that.
All I'm saying is $500 is not that much money for a majority of player base of Star Citizen. For a potential investment to grief.
But again, look at the actual percentages of people who are going to potentially devote their entire investment into Star Citizen.
Okay, it's a small percentage.
To creating multiple accounts to grief people with.
It's a small percentage, I agree. Does it matter?
Well, it does, because it does insofar as it limits the amount of people that's going to impact. And there will be people who are on the other side of that and go, fuck this game, I quit. But it's not going to be that many.
And you know what then happens? Like this person get killed 3 times, they go to Reddit and YouTube and Twitter and show it to everyone, and then another like 7 people to whom this happened confirm this, and then this starts becoming a game like EVE Online, where when you ask someone about EVE Online, they're like, oh, the spreadsheets. I never used a fucking spreadsheet in EVE Online in like 10 years of playing it.
Oh, okay,
but people are spreadsheets, and because there's a possibility for you to be absolutely destroyed, and it exists. That's all it takes. It's all it takes.
I still think it is. Again, I mean, ultimately, at this point, it's a good thing that this is the Imagination Station, because, like, ultimately, I have no idea. Like, I'm going off of what they've said, insofar as they're aiming to have the game systems make it very difficult for shit like that to occur in their higher security zones. In the 0-sec zone, well, fuck it, whatever. That's not even like, and you
just
know
to
what
make
you're
clear,
getting into.
I want this. This is my perfect system. EVE Online system where someone who kills me gets fucked and bad luck. But I have a mindset of I can lose this shit. You will never see me go out in everything I have, because I know I've learned already, and I lived through that, and I continue playing. Right, but
even the relatively short period of time I played Valheim, even though it was just PvP, I learned very quickly to do the same kind of thing. Like, you don't go out with anything that you can't afford to lose. and
Yes.
you always have backup or backups to basically, you know, be able to recover if something goes sideways. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, I think if things happened like you outlined, where you know like the systems aren't enough to protect the average person or whatever, and like basically, I hate the word griefer, but let's just use the word griefing, you know.
These would be griefers. Just don't get me wrong. There are people who grief, and
becomes common enough that they're like that there are a lot of people who are being like taken down and losing their characters and losing their shit and stuff like that by people who are just basically PvPing on these like throwaway accounts. Then yes, I could see that killing either Death of a Spaceman or PvP if it goes that way.
You know,
but
there's this game Lost Ark that is made by Amazon as well. Not made by Amazon, but they did the whole overhaul of the game to bring it to Europe. It's actually an Asian game, and in Asia, but they have really like their gamer population has a different mindset. You need to add your like equivalent of like social security number to make an account. So you cannot make a second account, right? There's just no way for you to make a second account. And things that you do in game are your responsibility, like in your life. And this game is extremely because you can do crazy shit if you have multiple accounts. And I firmly believe as well that this is a future of gaming in the world, because and the internet, I'm pretty sure as well, because people can do things on the internet and in games that can really, really frustrate our people and cause big issues mentally and whatnot. But, well, who knows? Because Star Citizen coming in 20, 30 years, maybe by that time we have the system implemented. But people are still playing. It's like one of the most popular games, but there is no such thing as alt account.
Right.
And if we lived in that kind of a world, I could see PP and Death of a Spaceman and all that coming to fruition, actually being very enjoyable even for a regular, you know, player who, you know, then they know, because then that person cannot come back and kill you again with no consequence or anything like that. I just don't see a way to prevent this any other way, because alt account, man, come on, bro, like. You know who's gonna do this? You know how many kids with parents who have, you know how much an account is for someone who lives in Norway. It's like equivalent to allowance for one day for meals. You understand that? Like in Australia, 2 liters of Coca-Cola is like half of an SC account. You understand it? Or a pack of cigarettes is an equivalent price of an SC account. So, or right any now, game, as a matter of fact. No, but
I don't think that, first of all, like if basically buying this game becomes like a full price $60 USD thing, I'm sorry, I just don't see people. I don't see the percentage of people who are willing to shell out multiple like $60 increments to buy accounts just so that they control people. I don't see that percentage being high enough to really
impact the player really experience.
No,
I
just don't think there's that.
This, and I am not doing this to tilt you, okay? But I will say that you're naive. And I'm sorry, but at this point, it's just going back to it doesn't matter, man. Like if it's 1% of the player population, it's more than enough for a game to be unplayable for probably 30-40+% of the rest of the player base. I'm sorry, I just don't agree with that. I just don't think I don't think that math works out in reality. But let's zoom out for a second and like griefing player killing aside,
to look at what I think maybe is the original intent of the question, let's just go into a 0-sec zone. So let's say Pyro. Will permadeath there, like make it so that most people see another player and immediately run? Will it strangle PvP that way?
It will. But what is PvP? Are we talking about like the actual engagement? Because that's PvP already. Like you trying to escape someone else is already PvP.
Yeah.
Because it's a cat and mouse game, especially in a space game where everything is calculated, right? So first of all, you're gonna think about, regardless how good of a player you are, you're gonna say, okay, I'm going with my Gata Kraylan into Pyro to do something, and I'm expecting to be attacked by groups or encountering groups of 2 to 3 pirates together. So that means if I bring my friend with whatever, like let's say Retaliator, loaded up, I should be fine, right?
Yeah.
So it will affect it right there. So you're gonna try to overcome the possibility of small scale pirates attacking you. So immediately, if you're going with an escort, you already have a chance that a solo pirate will leave you alone, right? So because they will hunt for those who are inexperienced, right?
I think that's going to be the reality of it, to be honest, in general. Like, I think the idea of solo PvP is something that's just going to eventually die as the game becomes more,
it will die on one side, those who don't want to PvP. But of course, there's going to be some Cutlet with the Gladius on the other side. Stealthy.
Cutlet doesn't solo PvP. Cutlet's out there with the group, and that's what
there's
I think.
There's going to be some Just Chegg with stealthy. What's her name? Doesn't matter. Hawk, let's say, on the other side, waiting for that dumbass newbie who flew through with Nomad, and run in and disable. And why would I not do that? Why would I not fish for people who don't know what to do for gain?
Fair enough, but like I guess the
because what's the risk for a solo pilot in you understand, like, this is why piracy in online exists, because you can gain so much with so little investment, because you can always kit out something to be glass cannon, and if you lose, you have funds. You can do other things to make money, but with you can invest like 3 ships to lose them potentially. Right,
but then there's
for a potential game.
I think with Star Citizen, the penalty there in one case is potentially time.
Nah, so, because that you looked everything through time. It's gameplay, dude. Like, that's my gameplay.
Money. Like if you're basically okay, so let's use the example where you're out solo and you see somebody else who's solo, and you manage to actually get to a point where you can engage them and they haven't just immediately seen you and run away.
If they can run away.
And they turn around and they fight back. And okay, so your ship is disabled. Now what? So now basically...
What do you mean?
Well, now if your ship is disabled, let's say killed or whatever, let's say you ejected and this guy just buggered off, Well, this is the other thing. Okay, so now according to what we've heard, you either have to wait for a pickup or give up, for example, and respawn somewhere. You have to get your
true,
which is going to take time.
But you know that before you go out, right? Like it's the same as taking shit that you cannot lose. But also,
I just think in those situations, I think most people are going to probably really try to guarantee as much as possible.
Well, that's what. Yes,
which is going to basically mean that they're not going to go out solo.
No, there you're wrong. First thing, you're correct. Second thing, wrong. Wait, and I'll explain. Changing server on Discord. Sorry, it's happening again. That's all. Can you say something?
something.
Okay. So the first thing where you are going to aim for an overmatch or whatever you want to call it is 100% right. So, but roaming solo to ruin someone or potentially gain is going to be a gameplay for a lot of people. It's exactly what's happening in Eve as well, and there's a consequence if you die, but you don't die. You get good enough, you get stealthy, you start understanding which ships you can tackle. So I'm gonna sit there in my Hawk in a stealth. I'm gonna turn off the engines and everything. I'm gonna wait for a right opportunity. Dude, I've done this. I've done this so much. And then I'm going to attack something that cannot defend itself against me. And that's going to be my Monday through Friday activity. But then when we get to weekend, I'm gonna say, hey, Maso and Redrolled and Chrono, let's camp this gate, because throughout my week I've seen like 7 caterpillars per day coming through that gate, and I can't do anything to stop them. Pirate gameplay is mostly solo, just like many other things in an MMO. Like, it just is. And that, just playing around and fishing for something, which in some cases can be very lucrative, and most of the time it's nothing. But it's also kind of, well, at least in Eve, is kind of setting up, researching in a way, figuring out what's happening. It's going to be a big game, right?
Well, and that right there, in my opinion, is something that like is just further example that in the PvP the PvP aspect, especially when it's like when we're not talking about ganking or griefing, we're talking about like actually engaging in PvP in like a 0-sec zone or something like that. Like the death of a spaceman there is a factor in you engaging in that prep instead of just flying blindly at anything, at any red thing you see, with guns blazing, right? So like I would say that is a situation where death of a spaceman doesn't smother or kill PvP. It just makes it so that you have to think a little bit more about the engagements before you jump in.
It might limit the fleet battles though, because
I think it'll be the same thing with the fleet battles. I think they'll still happen, but it'll be something where it's like, it's something that's like very calculated.
And you're gonna have a problem though, because everyone's gonna want to be on a fucking javelin, because the chances are they're not going to die in it, right? But someone who is flying an interceptor or some support craft or something like that, they might fucking die, bro. And who's gonna, like, I think we're gonna have some contracts or something that guarantee if I die, I really get something in return that is worth dying for and respawning, because it's not just like run from the ghost to your body, YOLO, whatever, right? And in a big scale fleet battle, whoever thinks that their side is not going to lose probably majority of the ships is crazy. It's just crazy. Like
that right there is something interesting, and that's something I've actually thought about for a while. Like with respect to the death of a spaceman thing, like how do you encourage your fighter pilots to want to stay in their fighters, when
bank account, right?
What even what's even higher risk is being a Marine, like being on foot. Like that's the most dangerous shit.
No one's gonna do that, dude. Like that's
in a fighter craft, you could pull the eject seat, and like especially if you're in an area where your fleet is present, you have a chance of being rescued.
Tether you, like get the fucking beam to you or something.
But dude, like
that's
if you're a Marine and you get shot, you're just fucking dead potentially.
No one's gonna do that, dude. That's you just nailed it there, because if anything, we are not going to have FPS PvP at all with Death of a Spaceman. How?
Well, I guess the down state is something potentially where you could get knocked down and still not be just instantly dead like it is right now. But it's definitely, like, I would say probably the highest risk profession.
I'm just gonna say, well, yeah, but then you need a really good incentive for something like that, and that's not gonna be easy. So here's my conclusion: it will be so fucking so difficult, and that's a huge understatement. So difficult for CIG to create a fluid, living, functional world with PvP and Death of a Spaceman in the same game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, I think
one way I feel like they might go is like basically making enough money in like safe zones maybe, and then creating a clone of yourself that goes to die, so that like there's no consequence for that clone.
Oh, that's interesting actually, because they have talked about like levels of personal insurance. So like, you know, potentially being able to spend more money and not take a permanent death or whatever if you
still lose everything that was with you, right? But you don't lose your life, or you know.
And one assumes that this particular type of medical insurance would be like very expensive, to a point where like obviously they're going to be people with billions who can just do it, but like,
but then your fleet commander can say, okay, everyone who is in Gladius gets this rule, and then basically that incentivize people who you know, well, sure, I want to go.
We'll have to see. Ultimately, we'll have to see like how easy it is to die too, right? Because like, for all we know, one of the things they might just do is just make it so you can't shoot somebody who's ejected, like they're, you know.
No, because there will be misused.
Abused.
So of course, bro.
Well, yeah, but in like it'd be easy enough to throw something in there where like you eject, and if you draw a gun or whatever, it's like bets are off. You're you know, like you're mortal now.
Being immune in a game like that will be misused in some way. Like someone's gonna hold on to you an EVA around or something, like
or even just making it so like ships can't shoot down a pod, but like if somebody gets out of their ship and then shoots you with an assault rifle or something, then
and then you're against Hammerhead and 7 guys come out and like whatever, you know, like this. It's gonna be so hard, man.
Either
like
that or, you know, again, or like maybe like without markers right now, like if you are ejected and you're in EVA, like it's hard to find somebody in space. So that could be another.
If there's like zero mission,
you have to turn a beacon on to basically, you know.
So how does anyone fucking save you?
Well,
ooh, because you have that insurance. You know that watch that you can buy? It was in one of the Top Gears where they drop Hammond like on top of some fucking mountain, and he turns on his watch.
Oh yeah,
you remember?
Right,
it's a beacon, and only they can track him basically. So if you have like an insurance that only they cannot be picked up by any ship except for like medical ship, well then people fly, but whatever. Like there can't be a mechanic there potentially. And then you accidentally use EVA, and someone can pick you up on a radar or something. Like you're fine.
But the other thing, I still hold to the like with the griefing stuff. I think like the jury's still out because I do think that if they manage to come up with a system that can just make it difficult to a point where like 99.8% of the player base don't ever feel like it's worthwhile doing it, I think that they'd be able to keep that there. We can disagree there, but that's
well, we can disagree. You can also be wrong.
You could be wrong.
Yeah,
that's the other thing.
Well, give me another game that has this and is successful.
Give me another game that's Star Citizen.
What? You want a game that tried it? New one. It was very much hyped. There's no one playing it. It's called Crowfall.
I never even heard of it.
I did. Full loot and everything, and it released 10 days ago, and no one is playing the game. Lazy Pune just did
timing, man.
Bad timing as well.
Timing.
True, but also it's full loot PvP, bro. It's dead on release. You go back to like investing time, knowing that you go back to your like idea of like everything is time, but like if you think about like investing any time and you know that it can be nullified by someone just YOLOing, and just that idea is detrimental to majority of mature players.
But again, I don't know anything about this game, but what systems do they have in place to prevent that, like that blatant abuse of what ultimately can be a very invigorating and gameplay enriching mechanic?
No system can prevent an alt account except for Lost Ark.
Well, but this is what I'm saying though. Like I'm not saying that they prevent an alt account, but I'm saying that that if the Quanta system, as soon as you are convicted of a homicide in a high security zone, is just throwing security in your face, every time you try to jump somewhere, then that means basically you'll get away with one of those homicides.
Yes.
And then you can't get anywhere because you're constantly
you can get into the jail. And then you can have a sentence. We have it already in game. And then Clasher says you've been a good boy. You've been here 7 days AFK.
Right. Well, that's the other thing. And I don't know, have they updated on this? But they said that their intention with prison is to make it so that you can't just Alt F4 and come back.
Well, they changed that thing because it was not really engaging for those who actually ended up there,
They changed that with the current prison system,
yeah.
Because the current prison system is a dumpster fire, as we've, talked about repeatedly.
Yeah, but you can't really mold your game. This is where the problem actually exists. It's like you cannot balance the game for like sub 1% of your player base or much lower than it, but this tiny percentage of your player base can ruin the game potentially for so many people. It's insane, and that's why these systems are flawed in general. That's where the problem lies.
That's where Chris is a boomer gamer.
And also he doesn't play these games as well, obviously, and not only him, but also I can run to start. As a matter of fact, sometimes even on my rig, I sometimes run 2 clients for Star Citizen at the same time.
Oh right, yeah. So you just have like one running and getting merits or whatever.
Yeah, it's not a problem, man. Like it's so difficult to make a viable system for punishing a player that will not fuck up a player who is not supposed to be punished. They're just playing criminal gameplay. You know what I mean? Like, and they also end up in jail and whatnot. You can be flagged for griefing, though. That's not a thing. But then,
I don't know. I guess we'll see. But I don't know. Whatever. That was an interesting conversation.
Yeah. But again, it has to remain, seen basically what they opt out for.
Yeah. I think ultimately, as much as like sometimes I get frustrated at being, at the thought of being killed and losing all this shit, I think I'm with you in that I hope that they do find a way to stick with it.
Same. Yeah.
Because I do like the idea of a game that doesn't make it so that you can just YOLO into shit and then like, oh well, I died, oh shit, like respawn, do it again. Like I like the idea of something where you have to think about what you're doing.
It gives depth to the whole game. It's so good.
Yeah,
and unfortunately we're humans.
Some of the most intense situations I've ever been in. I haven't even been in PvP, really, in full loot scenarios and stuff like that. And I love it. So yeah, I hope they do figure out a way to do it. But obviously there's a mountain there. And I think you're right. If it turns out that they can't get a system that works well enough to prevent the abuse, I could eventually see them turning back on their idea of full open PvP.
Full open PvP? Sorry, what is that?
As in, I think they'll
do it.
I think they'll try to. I still think they'll try to stick with their Death of a Spaceman.
I think so as well.
I think they would ditch the PvP.
I feel like in the end we're gonna get the slider, which is an unpopular thing, but also it's also unpopular because it's unpopular amongst PvPers. They're the ones who don't like this idea.
Yeah, but the problem is that that specifically has already come up. This issue has already happened in the community. The drama's already happened around the PvP slider, and CIG basically said no, we're not going to do it.
How did the slider work?
It was basically supposed to be so that you could slide your preference for PvP, and it basically would like.
That's crazy. Like, why the slide? Why don't toggle?
I don't really know, but they were talking about it utilizing basically that slider with your matchmaking, so that like when it generated an encounter or whatever, like if you had your slider slid all to one side, the chances of you being put into an area with honestly, it's been so long, but if I remember correctly, it's that, and it basically would just determine, it would basically steer you away from the people who had the slider basically pushed to the other side. Again,
one of these fucking 10-head ideas that can never actually, like, it's so complex in its core that just making it work would be a game in its own almost. You know what, man?
I could have explained that wrong, but
listen, dude. Like,
but
New World did it so well, bro. Like, New World did it so well. Just put a toggle, give incentive for PP, good enough for people to go and do it, and still keep high-low sex zones. And just if you have, just do it like this. Like, there's like 5%. 10% of space where you just cannot go if you don't turn on PP. That's it.
I think it could be higher than that, to be honest. Like, I think just so long as it's clearly outlined, basically, that like,
sure,
if you go into this system, you're tagged. Like PvP is open here. Deal with it. And if you don't want to, don't go there.
But I mean, if you have toggle on off for PP, you need to give quite a lot of the game to those who don't want to play PvP as well. You just have, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. But incentive, like in New World, it works so fucking good because I don't know if you've seen it, but like,
I haven't, no.
So let's say you are flagged for PvP and I'm not, and so other people can attack me who are also flagged for PvP, and I can attack them. You who are not flagged for PvP, I cannot do anything to you. But at the same time, if you're, because the mobs are shared or whatever, and quests and everything, so you can be killing a bear, and I can help you kill that bear, and we both get credit for that. So we're in the same world, and everything's the same around us. The difference is that someone can blow my head up, while we're killing that bear. it fucking works. I don't know how how. I guess we were all afraid of this will never work, and then they brought it up, and it works. The system, like the flagging system, works. I'm not saying their PP works. Like their PP definitely needs polishing, but that's normal. It was beta. Okay. There's a lot of drama about that. But the system works, and I'm sure in New World, or I'm not sure, I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's like 3 zones in the world where, I'm sorry, but you cannot get in if you don't flag for PvP, and that's okay because I have so much to play. If I'm that person who doesn't want to PvP, which I'm not, but like, let's say I am for the sake of, the conversation. There's so much to do that I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need PvP to go to a dungeon or raid or whatever. No, I can play my content in 90% of the world, and I'm fine. And you can as well, right?
Like just so long as it's not you're not forcing, right? Like that was always the thing that felt the worst.
Immersion is the problem, right? So what if you fly to another ship and you shoot at them and they're just indestructible?
Right.
That's the problem. And Chris, right? So you would think this is immersion breaking New World as well. And hell yeah, it's funny because I go flag for PvP as level 37 into a new player zone, and they're like trying to hit me because they see the red thing above my head, but they're not flagged, so they cannot do anything. So yeah, and they're like confused, like I'm hitting you with this fucking axe and nothing happens. But
right.
I mean, you get used to it and it's fine. Well, but I think Chris would not like that kind of immersion.
Well, he wouldn't like
experience.
he wouldn't like it for a couple reasons. One being that, like he's already said, he you know, like it's immersion breaking.
Yes.
To have that kind of in game, but two, because he's got it in his head that he doesn't want you to be able to tell whether or not somebody is a player or an NPC.
That's true as well. But there's more. Like if you are doing cargo runs and no one can board your ship, why would any cargo player potentially risk? Well, I mean, you can incentivize it again. Like you can have loot that says, well, you cannot do this without PvP.
Like
right.
Pyro or whatever.
And it's hard to sell it like lore-wise, story-wise, sure, but like it can make the game playable because the most lucrative things to trade can flag you for PvP, and that's it. You simply.
There's danger in that too, though, because you know that does kind of mean that basically your largest orgs are going to be the ones who basically just can make just super bank, right? Because like
it's always like that. But there's always more than one large org, or there's two orgs that will find them while they're doing their run, right?
But the problem there basically is that it drives people to these big orgs until basically all you have are these monolithic orgs that basically, you know, and you know,
there's a lot of people
sign up
who
on Saturday, they jump in there with like 2 javelins and a couple Hull Ds and make a fucking, you know,
ton of
couple
money.
billion.
But there's always like this is something, you know, like test, you know, goons, like these are the things. Even if you don't play PvP, you've heard about Test Squadron, right? But I'll tell you right now, more than 50% of player base is not part of these huge orgs, and they're not the only one. There's few, because just I've never been in those because I just don't feel like being one of, you know, the mass or being the most powerful org, and I still enjoy.
But again, I mean, if the absolute highest profit is to be had in these very specific zones, like that's definitely going to, like, it's going to run the risk of being too lucrative, you know what I mean? So that you can't afford not to be a part of these big orgs.
How can that even, like, Quanta? No place can be highest lucrative place forever, right?
Well, yeah, but then again, I mean, okay, so then why would anybody cargo haul somewhere risky then? You know, like if Quanta basically stamps that out as soon as one big org goes in there and makes their couple billion, you know, like
it's hard. Yeah. And this is one of those things that they brought up on themselves, and one of the reasons why the game will never be released. But on paper, it's an amazing immersive idea, even to those who actually would not enjoy it but think they would. But and to us who, I mean, I played the other games like this and I really love it, but I know that I've seen the frustration of my friends, of my enemies, like my own frustration where I would quit Eve for like a year because it was just that one death was just too much. It's too much. It was like multiple months of grind that I've lost. And yes, I have 3 times more, but there's just some losses that are just way too much for you to just
to just shrug
turn on
it
the
off.
game again, you know, like it just doesn't work like that. It's gonna be that's like an impossible riddle for them. Let's see what they do. It's also a slippery slope because it can lose them so much money. That's the biggest problem there. How, even if you're like one of those people who says, "Who cares? They're making so much more, whatever." No, they need to keep making money, or we don't have a game. That's what it is. Like even when the game is out, they need to keep making money. They need player base, or your game is dead. Your game is
well, and that's the thing. Like they're making a ton of money now because a lot of the people who are buying have this imagined idea of what the game is going to be in their head. That money will, like, if they start making decisions that that are unpopular with the bulk of their funding base right now, which they inevitably will do, because this game can't be everything for everyone. You know what I mean? That funding, or at least the funding, the way they're making it right now, is going to decrease as the game becomes more concrete and less room for
yes,
for people to imagine that that this game is going to be everything they want it to be.
Well, they will lose a lot of imagine people, but hopefully they will gain people who know what they want,
right?
and they fall into that category, right?
Yes, if the game is fun enough, that it's able to kind of like, pick up the funding curve on the upside, where the the people who've decided that they don't really like the game are migrating away from it, that's great. But that therein lies the question, and that kind of comes back to what we were talking about. If it is too hardcore, then you are going to limit, the people who are going to be interested enough in the game to actually buy it and play it. Right?
You know what's the worst part? Yes. But you know what's the worst part? Like, no matter, this is a lose-lose situation for CIG. Because no matter which way they go, there will be enough, like so many people, but more than enough to give them very, very bad publicity. Like no matter which way they go, there's going to be so many content creators that will. Well, yeah, man, but like,
does it really matter though?
It does matter. It really does matter.
They have now.
No,
right?
But now they're in alpha, right? But even now it does matter. Like Star Citizen could be a more popular game if some of the big companies were not bashing them, right? And you have this. You have this. There, you were listening to Paul's Captain's Table with the guys from ED, where that guy was like, well, he was on that. Why do you think he was hating on Star Citizen? Because he heard from multiple sources that Star Citizen is what he wants to believe it is. And then when he came into the game, he was like, oh, wow.
Oh, that wasn't the video from Captain's Table. That was the video Why Play Elite or whatever. The guy who did that video.
I think also the guy in one of the
maybe.
No, I don't know his name. So it's not Kate. It's not Enterprise. So the third person.
Mechanic Man? I don't think it was Mechanic Man.
Maybe I'm wrong.
He said he was pretty agnostic about.
But can I tell you who else
in general
that we all who listen to this podcast know about? Me. I was saying when someone suggested several times, why don't you try Star Citizen? I was like, isn't that scam game? Yeah. Not knowing anything about it, and I wasn't like, no, that's a scam. No, I was just like, isn't that
just you'd heard that? Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Like because that's a general opinion, and I exactly. And then someone bought the game for me and said, "Hey, Chag, can you please try this? Here's a key, or here's a ship, whatever."
Yeah.
Well, actually, Reg just donated $50 and said this is for the starter package, and I honored that, and I was like, holy shit. Why do people think this is a scam? Because from that day on, there's a lot of things that I disagree and I hate and whatnot, but scam? As a lot of people point out, this would be the silliest, fucking stupidest, dumbest scam in the world.
Where they're blowing all their money on actually building the game.
It's ridiculous, but I thought it is. So yeah, the publicity does matter. Like Star Citizen could have made so much more money if they had good publicity.
Yes.
Which in this moment of time is unrealistic to look for, but down the road, I would hope they get better publicity. But with this idea
Yeah,
of
but
death of a spaceman and PvP or whatever, they will get whatever way they go. It's bad publicity, which sucks.
Yeah, well, that's. I guess that's Yeah, no, I guess you're right because, like, you know, there's any way they go here, there's gonna be some subset of the gaming community that hates it.
Content creation community, and then and it's so easy, you know, for Kotaku like whatever content creators to be like, oh, they went this full PvP death of a spaceman and their backers don't like dying and whatever, you know. But then if they change it and say, okay, we can't have PvP, oh, they promised this, but actually they went this way because they are hungry for more money. So whatever they do, this is one of those where they dug their own hole basically by making a promise.
But ultimately, and this is something you do see even now, especially through 2020, like the game is getting to a point where like people were jumping in and playing it. Like, yeah, okay, Kotaku and everybody was still doing all their hit piece articles and saying, you know, it's ridiculous or whatever. And then you saw, you know, record funding years, you know what I mean? So like, bad publicity is definitely not something you like discount. Like, clearly it does have an effect, but I think ultimately what remains to be seen, I think the game eventually will speak for itself there. You know what I mean? And it'll succeed because it's good and fun and people like playing it, or it'll crash and burn because it's not fun.
Yeah, I agree.
You know?
And I don't think this will kill the project or anything like that. Let's hope that what I just said does not age poorly.
Yeah.
That would be sad.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, it's one of those. It's so hard when you are like revolutionizing like industry, you know, game studio. Is one of the many lose situations when it comes to like publicity and all that. But I guess it's part, you know, it's part of the package. It is what it is.
Yeah. What time are we at? We
are at almost 4 hours, so we're gonna skip.
We have a couple questions.
Oh, nice. I'm cool with like the second imagination station. We're definitely skipping, leaving it for the next time.
Yeah.
I would be okay with your zero effort, especially because it was announced, and then we can do the questions. I mean, it's up to you. If you don't feel like doing it, we can push it for the next. For the next episode, it's up to you.
Well, you know what? That's okay. I'm just thinking like this is
340, so we can still probably fit in 415 or something. It's a long one, man.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just jump into it then. It's kind of a dense one. That's why I'm kind of like hesitating on it. But maybe it won't be as dense as I think it is. But okay, so like I already said at the beginning, I'm not a scientist, blah 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 blah. I'm just a nerd. But one of the things that Star Citizen gets wrong in this case, from a scientific perspective, and not only Star Citizen, to be fair, like this is something that like a lot of sci-fi franchises don't get right, is colonization of other planets and stuff like that. And in Star Citizen, you know, basically they have to use jump points basically to get from system to system to find new planets to colonize, because, you know, slow boating it from star to star would take a long time.
Many
that's true.
Lifespans.
Sort of. But we know, for example, that Star Citizen has cryogenic freezing. And the other thing, yeah, like that's what your prisoner pods are.
Oh, okay.
You're not putting them in there alive. Oh, I mean, I guess you could put them in there alive. I guess they're probably alive when they go in there. But anyways, point I'm trying to make is that, like, even without something like a quantum drive, which obviously runs on a particular type of fuel and only can go so far, as the fuel allows and stuff like that. There are other ways of propelling things to pretty close to the speed of light that would allow you to colonize planets. I mean, thousands of planets, in 100-ish years, which, again, even in Star Citizen, is not even the lifespan of a person. Like, people live in Star Citizen universe an average of 200 years. So that's not even taking into account freezing. And this is kind of one of the things that I think really doesn't get enough attention, but I guess I kind of can see why, because it doesn't really, it doesn't really leave a lot of room for narrative or whatever. But here's the thing. If we wanted to, we could use a technology called light sailing, which is basically where you take a very large ship, you put huge, very thin sheets of material. I'm talking hundreds of kilometers of sheets, and then you fire a very, very strong laser at it. Probably somewhere close to the sun, where you can easily harvest the energy to power one of these big ass lasers. But we also have fusion power in Star Citizen, and by doing that, you can get a ship going really fast. And by really fast, I mean 30-ish percent, 20 to 30% of the speed of light. And from a galactic perspective, okay, you're not going to be firing ships across the galaxy there, but just in our neighborhood, within 100 light years of Earth, there are literally thousands of planets that we've discovered. And at 30% of the speed of light, 20% of the speed of light, we're talking, on the earliest side of things, sending people to Proxima B, which is our closest, 20 years.
Has this ever been? Is this a real thing?
Yeah, actually, there's actually a project right now called
tested or something
called Breakthrough Starshot. They're actually working on it right now, and basically what their plan is to basically scatter. And they're not using a big ship in this case; they're using a bunch, a swarm of microsatellites, and they're going to fire a laser at it. These little satellite things will get up to 20% of the speed of light very, very quickly, and go to the closest star system. And this is something that we're actually on the cusp of actually doing.
Wait, how does this work? You fire a laser into it from Earth, let's say?
Yeah, it would be on Earth in this case. It wouldn't be an orbital laser.
It starts accelerating, and it needs to stay in the laser's trajectory, right? Until it gets to the acceleration.
Well, until it gets to the speed. But in this case, with breakthroughs through Starshot, these little microsatellites will be accelerating up to their top speed in a couple seconds.
Yeah, but what about a big ship?
Big ship would take longer. That's why you need an orbital trajectory, or some sort of an orbital laser array, a pushing laser.
Okay, but that sounds more complex, kind of, to be fair.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, it would be. But in the case of Star Citizen, where spaceships are a dime a dozen, no big deal. We could have done that hundreds of years ago in the Star Citizen universe. Because
I'm just imagining a huge spaceship with fucking cloth sails.
Yeah, well, they'd be made out of it'd be made out of aluminum, probably, because aluminum's cheap.
Sure,
and they're literally super, super thin.
It sounds so crazy, and
it is crazy. Well, the thing that's crazy to me is wrapping my head around the fact that light can lasers can actually exert that much force on an object to actually push it. But
well, it's concentrated. But it does sound crazy.
One of the things that I think, one of the considerations here is obviously you have to have some way to slow down on the other end.
I was about to ask, how the fuck do you stop? But I guess when you enter the atmosphere.
Oh God, you'd be traveling at 20. If you hit an atmosphere at 20% of the speed of light, you would obliterate that planet.
But is it
not
or yourself?
Not completely. Well, both. You wouldn't.
Well, there's your answer, bro. Like,
you wouldn't blow the entire planet up or whatever, but you'd definitely would be like the equivalent of detonating like our entire nuclear arsenal on a planet.
But if you're jumping through the wormhole, you're not going to encounter anything like that, right? You're
No. But here's the thing: if you are pushing something up to very, very fast speeds, that means you only have to carry enough fuel to slow down on the other side, which makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, but how do you? Wait! Don't turn away. Like from because this is very important. How do you avoid fucking planets and stars and moons and everything?
Aim very carefully.
Oh, fuck off, dude.
No, it's true. It's actually true. It's similar to like how they do in The Expanse, where they turn and burn like halfway. So like at about halfway or whatever your calculations tell you, you basically would have to start decelerating. So ideally,
this is so risky compared to jumping through the wormhole.
Oh, 100% it is. But it's not that risky. Not really. Space is really empty, and it's really easy to miss stuff. This is the other thing. Like the scale of space is mind-boggling.
I'm aware
traveling
of that.
Traveling at those speeds is definitely risky. You know, like if even a grain of sand hits a ship that's going 20% of the speed of light, it's like, you know, it's like being hit with a bomb.
Just the amount of garbage around our own planet, dude, is like a suicidal mission already there.
But there's ways around that too.
Okay.
Especially in this case, like in Star Citizen, we have shields, which can, you know, already deal with that. But
would that change the trajectory?
It would potentially slow you down, but that's not necessarily bad. You need to slow down on the other side anyways.
Yeah, but you cannot predict where you're going to encounter a grain of sand or something else.
Well, in a lot of cases, like what has been proposed is basically having like projecting an electromagnetic field out in front of you, basically. So like small pieces of bits and stuff like that would basically be pushed out of the way.
Okay. Well, okay.
Or the other side.
Wait. I have a question here. Would you rather, in 2951, sit in a fucking tinfoil ship and be propelled by a fucking laser through an unknown space, or would you rather use a wormhole in a ship that is fully functional?
In 2950, probably, but you know, probably not. But like, I'm talking about like this sort of shit would have been happening before they'd even discovered.
Oh, you want to say like through the lore should have had something like this?
Well, basically, if you're doing things realistically, especially if you had access to quantum drives, you'd basically fire yourself up to super, super fast speeds with your magical space shields. You'd fly to your star system, then you'd engage your quantum drive when you needed to start decelerating. And instead of having to burn fuel or whatever, like a fusion torch or like fusion engines or something like that, you'd use that quantum drive to slow yourself down on the other side.
Well, that makes sense. Okay.
And that's what I'm saying. Like tinfoil ships, that's just the sails, man. Like if we're talking Star Citizen tech, even if it's like 500 years ago or something like that, you know, like you're still talking spaceships that are sci-fi spaceships, you know. The reason that they haven't done this is because you end up with communication issues. Like if you okay, so let's say it's been 200 years, the colony ship you sent out has colonized you know, planets, let's say 20 light years away. Well, in order for them to talk back to Earth, it's 20 years one way.
A little bit of a delay.
Yeah, so that, I mean, I get why most sci-fi franchises don't do this, because it's not like it's really hard to have an empire when it takes 20 years one way to talk to your home base.
Yeah, motherfuckers don't have internet.
Yeah. So I get it, but it is still something that's like, I think the reason it bugs me is because, again, like part of the underlying narrative about Star Citizen is resource scarcity. And if you were really hard up for resources, what you'd be doing is basically like you'd be utilizing technology like this to colonize everything around you. And you would within the 900 years, you know, that Star Citizen is in the future, you'd have colonized hundreds, maybe even thousands of other planets, but at this point, and have the resources of those entire star systems at your disposal. And this ties into a deeper question in real life, which is, if this is the case, and if we can see this level of expansion right now, even if we can't do it necessarily right now, we can conceptualize of it. If that's the case, where are all the aliens? Why don't we see alien empires that have colonized the entire galaxy right now? Because
why would anyone colonize the entire galaxy? Do you know how much banging you need to fucking populate? I can't.
That is one of the questions. But here's the thing: like, population growth can be exponential. If you're expansion based, like humanity is, and there's no resource limits at your that are holding you back, and you could potentially just keep expanding, keep having kids. Like, it doesn't take very long for you to actually populate.
I mean, we can talk about this, but it's like a crazy thing to talk about. But let's first of all, how big were the chances for our planet having something like a human, right? It's just a chance. Right?
Vanish. Well, I mean, we don't really know. That's ultimately the issue. So we don't know.
I mean, we have species, right? So this planet could have functioned easily without something like a human, right?
Yeah.
And it will, probably, at some point.
Yes.
And it was before.
We don't know how common it is for life to exist elsewhere.
Maybe that's your answer. Like, maybe space is huge, right?
There are a ton of answers to the Fermi paradox.
But I want to say, even if this is possible and doable, you need intelligent species. You need them to want to go to another place, right?
Yeah.
Because they might be on so much bigger planet than ours, right? Our planet is not that big. That needs thousands or God knows how many. And then we need to live in the center. Then they need to not be extinct before they colonize. They need to there's so many things.
But this is the thing. As soon as somebody manages to colonize a planet off their own, the chances of them going extinct fall dramatically.
I know. But also, how small is our solar system compared to the universe?
Well, it's tiny, but why? I don't.
What I'm saying is, like, even if someone is colonizing a lot, chances are we're not an interesting target at all. Like one tiny planet.
It's not really necessarily a question of whether or not you're an interesting target. It's the fact that when you're looking at things from a galactic timescale, if a species was around and achieved spaceflight and colonized another planet, and therefore kind of was able to avoid most of the risk of extinction, kept expanding, all it would take would be a million or so years, and they'd have every star in the galaxy, or at least a galaxy-spanning empire. Like if you're
galaxy is
not
endless.
If you're looking at exponential expansion. So, and again, like a million years is a long time, but it's not really on the galactic stage, which is, and that's kind of my point with the whole thing with Star Citizen, not using these kind of like slow boating techniques to expand when they clearly have expressed that they need to be able to expand to kind of like continue getting the resources they need for their expanding population. Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you basically, slow boating these ships out at 20% of the speed of light or whatever? Sure, okay, it'll take a couple hundred years to get those people to their destination, but that's not really that long a time.
Okay, I'll talk to Sherry and tell her that you demand tinfoil boats.
I don't demand anything. I'm just saying that this is something that I think a lot of sci-fi franchises kind of steer away from.
I personally think this is a crazy theory. Like, if I'm taking it to consideration that it works, I would probably be one of those people who would fly to space if Bezos was like, hey, your Twitch partner You want to fly to space? I'll be like, damn right, bro. Like, just take me, you know. But I don't think I would get on your ship, man. I don't like that idea of being, you know, the laser propulsion and then a risk of smashing into something randomly and then deceleration. And
I'll put it this way: there's a much higher chance of you running into something with your trip with Jeff Bezos than there is for you running into something in interstellar
but the speed
space.
that I run into something with Bezos' ship
would nuke you just as fast.
100% is a one-to-one replica of
a penis. Yeah.
Of Freelancer.
No, oh yes, sorry, I mean Freelancer. Well, that's the thing, right? Like in orbit, there's tons of debris flying around at like, you know, tens of thousands of kilometers an hour, and if a screw hits you when you're, you know, flying up on Jeff Bezos's Freelancer, you know, like you're just as dead as if you're going 20% of the speed of light and a rock got in your way that the ship couldn't deal with.
They came back.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. If they came back, then basically your chances are even better of surviving an interstellar trip.
Nah, I'd take my chances in a Freelancer rather.
Well,
I like sailing ship. I like sail ships, bro. But still, motorboats are better. I don't know what to say. I like seeing one. It's like, you know, I like seeing a ship.
Well, you're definitely right there. And like, if you're doing it the rocket way, you're definitely going to be down much quicker than the, you know, potentially 1,000-year voyage in deep space on one of these light sails.
I'm fine exploring in Star Citizen as well.
Yeah. Jump points are definitely more convenient.
Yeah.
But if you really were in a pinch, you could fire people off in these laser sail ships.
Would you apply for something like that?
No, I don't want to go to space. I like it here.
Really? You would want to go to space?
Not really, no. I mean, for the novelty, sure, but do I want to live in space? No. Not with any of the technology that we have currently available to us.
What if you don't have to pay the tax for it?
Hey, that's actually something that they've that has been considered about how to keep Earth from being overpopulated and overpolluted by humans, is basically just like eventually
no
give
tax on
incentives to
moon.
live in space. Yeah. In one of these like big rotating habitats that we've talked about.
7% lower tax on the moon. You get a helmet with it.
Yeah, but that's exactly it, right? Like current day technology, no thanks. I'll stay on Earth.
Yeah.
Future
someone has to
technology,
try it, man. Like
where we can live in like giant rotating space habitats that are basically just paradise worlds.
There's no future technology.
Sure.
There's no future technology without today's technology.
Yeah. Well, that's what Bezos is aiming for, by the way. Giant rotating habitats.
Kudos to Bezos, you know? A lot of people hate him. But well, at least he's trying, you know.
No, this space thing for him is just a dick measuring contest. He doesn't give a fuck.
Literally, he has the biggest dick in the world, bro. like quite literally. I don't know, man. I think without him and Musk, we would wait for a long time until someone even tries something, because NASA kind of gave up on it.
No, he again, like Musk and SpaceX maybe, but like I don't really take Blue Origin that seriously because it's just an ego thing for him, I think.
Well, but they did it kind of.
Not really. Not anything special to write home about.
What do you mean?
It's really not. Like they weren't even technically in space, like maybe technically in space.
You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro.
I'm not, man. Like, do the research into like where they're at technologically compared to like other space companies, and they're literally like they're there waving their dick around, but like nobody really takes them seriously.
I mean, they went further into space than me.
Yeah.
Or you.
Richard Branson went the same distance into space with a whole lot less money than Bezos did. That should put in perspective.
Well, I don't know who this guy is.
Virgin Galactic. He actually went up before Bezos did by a couple days.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They have an adult-only ship, and it looks fucking good. the Virgin one.
Yeah, because their whole thing was space plane, was what they were after, as far as I remember,
yeah,
anyways.
Cool. All right, let's get to the questions.
Okay, yeah, that totally tangented as well.
That was a cool one. I really enjoyed it. So yeah, thank you for being a fake scientist.
Lady Space Patrol. Okay, we're going to questions, by the way. Lady Space Patrol asks, do you think the sneak peek in the newsletter will come to 314 live or 315? What do you suspect it is? We already kind of talked about this. I think we both kind of unanimously think it's something Origin, probably the 400i, and probably not 314. Maybe 315 for Citizencon. Anything to add?
No, I'm trying to find the question, actually. Oh, okay. Oh, that's a sneak peek in the newsletter. Is the actual Origin one? Yeah. Well, when I don't know. I kind of.
Yeah. Like who really knows when? I mean, when we're just like, you know.
I really wish these sneak peeks were for the next patch, man. Like that would be the only thing that makes. I actually fucking hate sneak peeks because they're like, oh, here's a sneak peek of what? Like, when is this going to happen, man? Like, what are you sneak peeking? Like, fucking, you know, the mechanism for like opening the door or whatever the fuck, whatever the thing. I don't even know anymore what it is. It's like one of the
cutting tool or whatever.
When? Like, why are you sneak peeking something that is not coming? So I think this will be in 7 years. I don't know. It's ridiculous. I hope it would be like one of those certifiable chips, which is 400i, because I would like that size.
In theory, it could come to 314.
I agree.
And Hater could have eaten that sock for no reason.
No, he missed the date. No. To be fair,
I think it makes more sense around Citizencon.
The little what's the animal on the little whale, the little space whale plushie is on PTU, and that was a sneak peek like 3 months ago. So I guess maybe Citizencon, maybe. I don't know, man. I really kind of feel, you know, we should do that in one of the episodes as a topic, like sneak peeks, and we should go through sneak peeks and figure out what is in the game and what is not, and how long it took roughly and stuff like that. Because it's like ridiculous. Because it would be such a cool thing, right? Like they give you a proper sneak peek. I think like Redeemer was a sneak peek, right? That's not in the game. Yeah. But it will be. But it's like a couple months. It's not like
right. Yeah.
DIG.
It does seem like they just kind of like pull it out of. Yeah, they just like pull it out of their hat. That's like what they were. You know.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Like go through the like historical sneak peeks and find out what actually made it to game.
I would find so many things. There's another thing that I don't know about, and that maybe you and me could go through, was the goals, like community goals. I never went through that because there was something that was happening before me. Stretch goals, yeah, that'd be also cool to revisit or visit rather. Could be one of our topics.
Sure.
So the other question was, with the Q2 patch not coming out until well into Q3, do you think we'll see 4 patches in 2021? This is another one we talked about already as well.
Sort of, yeah. But they will.
Yeah, they're gonna like the last patch will be
it'll just be
pushed out brute force, just like kicked out of the bay, and it will be whatever it will be and whatever is ready. And honestly, it sucks, man. It really sucks. Either do it on time or change the amount of patches that you do per year, or just don't have a rule anymore. Just like remove it, whatever. You know what I mean? Which is the last one. Yeah, I think is the most fair and the one that I would like the least. But that's better than being late all the time and community wondering like if things are going to happen or not, then why is the patch not out, and you know. And it's kind of a meme, man. Like everyone knows everything's going to be late. You know, now, it sucks, dude.
Well, especially the end of year patches, right? Like it's, you know, like everybody knows who's been here for like a few years that if it's in 316, it's probably not coming this year. Or if it's in the end of year patch, it's probably not coming. You know, like so at this, it's like why even put it there? You know, like Yeah, I don't know. Like I said earlier, like I would be okay with them dropping down to three patches in a year.
Me
But yeah,
too.
like,
I mean, it doesn't change the amount of content we get, dude. Like,
not really.
really,
No.
nothing does, because the amount of patches is like they add and remove from them anyways. It's not like
Yeah.
I know people get freaked out because that means we get more, like, less things because it's one less date, but it's not. Nothing, like, none of these releases change the pace of them making it. Just like makes them be less of a, almost like soft, I don't want to say this, but like almost less of a liars, like, or like, or being late or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. Again, like I think
I
the
know.
liar's too strong of a
Yeah,
word.
I know.
It's
Sorry,
like,
I'm not native in English.
ultimately, they're like
yeah.
these devs, and they're doing their job, and they're like they're really
Yeah.
doing what they
Yes.
what they
I
can.
don't know.
But
No deadlines maybe would be the best. You know the other thing, it's actually,
I don't know. No deadlines terrifies
well,
me.
here's the
I'm
thing
sorry.
though. Well, for this, they need
I
deadlines
lived through
internally, man.
2.6.
They need deadlines internally. I'm sure they have them, or
Yeah.
nothing would have been done already. But and thank you, Lady Space Patrol, for the question, because it just brought something to me. I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, because this was before my time in Star Citizen, but I feel like these quarterly patches were originally the idea of when they implement big chunk of content, because they also have to reset the server because there was no persistence, right?
Yeah.
So in a
Well,
way,
and
they don't need that anymore. Like, they can roll
Not
the
only that,
patch.
but they had to push an entire, like, before we had the Delta patcher, which basically allows it to just basically download the update. Every time they rolled out a patch, you had to
Now
download
the whole game
the entire thing.
client, yeah.
Um,
So right now they really don't need these. Like, they can just, whatever pace they like, they can just push updates, and they do this. Like, now you have patch 0.1, 0.2, point within the patch, and you just keep playing, and it's like, oh, okay, they added this ship to the game. Cool.
You know what? If I had to guess, I would say that this whole quarterly patch thing was kind of more. Well, okay. To be fair, I think there was some goodwill behind it, but I think for the most part, it was a reaction to the fact that 2.6.3, we basically, the rollout to 3.0, we went an entire year without a patch.
What, really?
Yeah. And we kept hearing, it's days, not weeks. It's weeks, not months.
There was a whole year without any update?
Yeah. And
I would have stopped playing then.
Well, most people did. I did.
Damn, I didn't know about this.
Oh yeah, it was huge. And that's where the whole quarter, if I had to guess anyways, I'd say that was the major thing behind that, was basically saying, like, realizing saying to the community, basically, okay, we realized that was that was like a huge deal, and here's what we're doing so that never happens again, kind of a thing.
Yeah, but again, it's different now, because they add on the go anyways. They can have, they could keep quarterly cuts, kind of like media cut or something, like they could say at the end of every quarter, they can say, okay, so this is what we did, instead of next quarter is then, and then we need to deliver this, which kind of limits them and then makes them late. Instead, they could have, like, tossing things on PTU, then from PTU to live whenever they feel comfortable, and then every 4 months they have to say, okay, this is what we did, in the past 4 months, 3 months, sorry.
Yeah,
I think that would work better with community. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be super wrong.
You know what? Frankly, like, I won't even pretend. I won't even make any suggestions, because, like, frankly, I don't know. What the fuck do I know? I'm sitting here in my my chair, like, being a,
It's more, that would be more to my liking. Okay, like that I can say for sure.
Yeah, but I will say that I think you're right in saying that we don't need the quarterly schedule anymore. Like, I think we're kind of past that,
Unless they want to bring resets, which I would. I know, again, unpopular opinion, but I would be down for that. If they said like 6-month reset or once a year reset, something like that would be interesting. But if you're not like otherwise, there's no. What, I don't know. It's just the heritage thing at this point. It's like they're just
yeah.
Everyone's
I
just
think
used to
at
it.
some point, from what I've heard internally, they would have to have some sort of deadline or schedule like that, because it takes work to branch off the dev branch into the PU branch, right? And it takes time and effort. So you'd have to know basically what's going into that dev branch, or what's going to be ready to go into that dev branch before.
Sure, but wait, like I've said, I'm sure they have deadlines more than we know about them. Like, per team and all that, like probably per person as well, that are flexible, obviously, and whatnot. But also we have roadmap and we have the tracker, and you can have these things on the roadmap. You can have them you can have them somewhere, but you don't have to like split your year into 3 hard resets that are then not, because whatever, they're all over the place. Because with this, if it was only like an informational cut, then they could be like on the date, you know what I mean? And you don't ever have to be called out for this ever again, because whatever. I think it would ease up everyone, maybe I could be super wrong.
Well, yeah, ultimately we don't know, because we're not looking there, but I think you're right. Like this like dogged clinging to the like 4 patches a year thing, I don't know, like it's been obvious that it's had holes in it for a long time. They tried to fix it with staggered development. It didn't fix anything, so at the very least, just like, why do we even bother with the end of the year patch? Like, like it's the holidays,
True.
most stuff falls off the roadmap anyways. When they do roll it out, oftentimes it's been a buggy mess and there's nobody to fix it, so that it means that basically the game is not really in a playable state until people get back from holidays and can fix it, minus some poor souls who get called in for emergency fire,
things. You know what, most of the people who are constantly in Star Citizen, this is a time when they take a break as well, because they know it's a shit show. Play a couple of days, remember what's happening. It's not going to be fixed. Oh, fuck it, I'll be back in a couple of weeks. The new players who come into the game at this time, poor guys, man. Like, for them, it's the worst. And and if you ask me, instead of pushing that last patch, turn off the servers.
Personally, I'd rather than just not push that last patch and keep the servers on.
Okay, but like, I'd be okay with even that.
Then people can play it if they want, and it's in a patch that's like,
sure,
hopefully had most of the bugs ironed out of it by that point,
Yeah. I guess I like these drastic things, like something different,
Yeah. Yeah.
To shake it up. All right. Well, that's been one of the long podcasts. Before we go, I'm gonna tell you that Wednesday we do this media cut where it's like a half an hour format where we talk about other content creators that we feel like we want you guys to also listen to. And you that one is not live. You can catch it on YouTube on our channel. And for this one, apart from watching on YouTube, you can also come to twitch.tv/Masocast and listen to these live, where you can also post questions. You can also post questions in the chat that we, as you just heard, answer at the end of our show. And I'm done here. I'm going to let Maso, kick us out of here.
Yeah. Well, if you're watching live on Twitch, thanks for hanging out, guys. You are insane if you've been here like red rolled since the beginning.
Calling names here.
Yeah. But if you're watching this on YouTube, if you wouldn't mind throwing us a like and subscribe if you want to see more of this, that would be great. We're just tiny ass little channel, and we just kind of do this for fun, but it does feel good.
Sorry, what do you mean? 230 subs, bruh?
230 subs, yeah. We're growing slowly and steadily. But yeah, if you do want to see more of this, subscribe. Like I said, we do this every Sunday, and like Chegg pointed out, we do a like a media cut kind of thing, Stanton Gossip, on Wednesday/Thursday, whatever time zone you're in when it comes out, anyways, on YouTube. Yeah, and if you want to carry on any of the things we've talked about in the comments, feel free. We have a pretty active comment section most of the time, which is pretty fun. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, thank you so much for being here with us. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you Wednesday or Sunday. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.